Preface to Saunterings in and about London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. Translated by Otto von WENCKSTERN. Prefaces, generally speaking, are pleadings in which authors, anticipating public censure, and well knowing how richly they deserve it, adduce sundry reasons why their books are not shorter or longer, and altogether different from the volumes which then and there they bring into the market. I need not make any such excuses, for I did not write for an English public, nor did I ever pretend to popularity in England. The Saunterings were intended for the profit and amusement of my German countrymen, and I must say I was not a little pleased and surprised with the very flattering reception which my book experienced at the hands of the English critics. Their favourable opinion, which they so emphatically, and I am selfish enough to go the whole length of the word, so ably expressed, has probably caused the production of the book in an English dress. The critics, therefore, must bear the responsibility if the general public should happen to condemn these Saunterings as weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable, and shelve them accordingly. Max Schlesinger, London, October 1853. End of Preface. Part 1, Chapter 1 of Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 1, in which the reader is introduced to some of the author's friends, the Englishman's Castle. "Are you aware, honourable and honoured Sir John," said Dr. Keif, as he moved his chair nearer to the fire, "are you aware that I am strongly tempted to hate this country of yours?" "Indeed," replied Sir John, with a slight elongation of his good-humoured face. "Really, sir, you are quick of feeling. You have been exactly 2 hours in London. Wait, compare, and judge. There are thousands of your countrymen in London, and none of them ever think of going back to Germany." "And for good reasons, too," muttered the doctor. "May I ask," said Sir John, after a short pause, "what can have shocked you in England within 2 hours after your arrival?" "Look at this cigar, sir. It won't burn, has a bad smell, drops its ashes, and costs 4 times as much as a decent cigar in my own country. Can you, in the face of this villainous cigar, muster the courage to talk to me of your government and your constitution? This cigar, sir, proves that your boasted civilization is sheer barbarity, that your Cobden is a humbug, and your free trade a monstrous sham." "Does it indeed prove all that?" "Very well, Sir German," replied Sir John, with a futile attempt to imitate the martial and inquisitorial bearing of an Austrian gendarme. "Come, show me your passport. Did any one here ask for it? Did they send you to the Guildhall for a carte de sûreté? Have the police expelled you from London? It's either one thing or the other. It's either sterling liberty and cabbage-leaf cigars, or real Havanas and all the miseries of your police. Take your choice, sir." "But I cannot take my choice, sir," cried Dr. Keif. "They have hunted me as you would hunt a fox, across all their fences of boundary lines to the shores of the ocean, and into the very maw of that green-eyed monster, sea-sickness, which cast me forth vomiting on this barbarous island, where men smoke lettuce and call it tobacco." Saying which, the doctor flung his cigar into the grate and sung, "Was ist des deutschen Vaterland?" But the reader will most naturally ask, who is this comical doctor, and who is Sir John? To which I make reply, they are 2 amiable and honest men who met on the Continent years ago, and who, after a long separation, met again in the heart of London, in Guildford Street, Russell Square. Dr. Keif is an Austrian and a journalist. There is good in all, but none are all good. Dr. Keif makes no exception to the common rule. He was so far prejudiced as to write a batch of very neat feuilletons, in which he asserted that the Croats did not altogether conduct themselves with grace at the sacking of Vienna, and that the Bohemian Czechs are not the original race which gave birth to all the nations of the earth. He denied also that German literature and science have ever been fostered by the Servians. He alleged that Goethe had done more for the advancement of science than the 21st Battalion of the Royal and Imperial Grenadiers, and he was abandoned enough to avow his opinion that a bad government is worse than a good one. On account of these very objectionable prejudices, the doctor was summoned forthwith to depart from Leipzig in Saxony, where he lived, and proceed to Vienna, there to vindicate his doctrines, or submit to a paternal chastisement. But the doctor objected to the fate of John Huss. Perhaps his mind, corrupted with German literature, was unable to appreciate the charms of a military career in the ranks of the Austrian army. Dr. Keif left Leipzig with all possible secrecy, nor could he be induced to return, even by the taunts of the official Vienna Zeitung, which justly accused him of cowardice, since he preferred an ignominious flight to a contest with only 600,000 soldiers, 12 fortresses, 500,000 of police officers, and the peinliche Halsgerichtsordnung of the late Empress Maria Theresa. Whether Dr. Keif lacks courage or not, and all other traits of his character will be sufficiently shown in the course of the wanderings through London, which we propose to make in his company. Dr. Keif and the author live in the house of Sir John, a full-blown specimen of the old English gentleman, and one worthy to be studied and chronicled as a prototype of his countrymen. This house of ours is the centre of our rambles, the point from which we start and to which we return with the experiences we gathered in our excursions. And since an English fireside and an English home are utter strangers to the most ideal dreams of the German mind, we propose commencing our wanderings through London with a voyage of discovery through all the rooms and garrets of our own house. At the first step a German makes in one of the London streets, he must understand that life in England is very different from life in Germany. Not only are the walls of the houses black and smoky, but the houses do not stand on a level with the pavement. A London street is in a manner like a German high road, which is skirted on either side with a deep ditch. In the streets of London, the houses on either side rise out of deep side areas. These dry ditches are generally of the depth of from 6 to 10 feet, and that part of the house, which with us would form the lower story, is here from 10 to 12 feet underground. This moat is uncovered, but it is railed in, and the communication between the house door and the street is effected by a bridge neatly formed of masonry. Every English house has its fence, its iron stockade, and its doorway bridge. To observe the additional fortifications which every Englishman invents for the greater security of his house is quite amusing. It is exactly as if Louis Napoleon was expected to effect a landing daily between luncheon and dinner, while every individual Englishman is prepared to defend his household gods to the last drop of porter. You may see iron railings, massive and high, like unto the columns which crushed the Philistines in their fall. Each bar has its spearhead, and each spearhead is conscientiously kept in good and sharp condition. The little bridge which leads to the house door is frequently shut up. A little door with sharp spikes protruding from it is prepared to hook the hand of a bold invader, and it is said that magazines of powder are placed under the bridge for the purpose of blowing up a too pertinacious assailant. This latter rumour I give for what it is worth. It is the assertion of a Frenchman whom the cleanliness of London drove to despair, and who, in the malice of his heart, got satirical. A mature consideration of the London houses shows that the strength of the fortification is in exact proportion to the elegance and value of the house and its contents. The poor are satisfied with a wooden stockade. The rich are safe behind their iron chevaux de frise, and in front of palaces, clubhouses, and other public buildings, the railings are so high and strong as to engender the belief that the thieves of England go about their business of housebreaking with scaling ladders, pickaxes, guns, and other formidable implements of destruction. Every Englishman is a bit of a Vauban. Not only does he barricade his house against two-legged animals of his own species, but his mania for fortification extends to precautions against wretched dogs and cats. To prevent these small cattle from making their way through the railings, the Englishman fills the interstices with patent wire network, and the very roofs are frequently divided by means of similar contrivances. Vainly will cats, slaves of the tender passion, make prodigious efforts to squeeze themselves through those cruel walls, and vainly do they, in accents touching but not harmonious, pour their grief into the silent ear of night. Vainly, I say, for an Englishman has little sympathy with love in a garret, and as for love on the roof, he scorns it utterly. We now approach the street door and put the knocker in motion. Do not fancy that this is an easy process. It is by far easier to learn the language of Englishmen than to learn the language of the knocker, and many strangers protest that a knocker is the most difficult of all musical instruments. It requires a good ear and a skilful hand to make yourself understood and to escape remarks and ridicule. Every class of society announces itself at the gate of the fortress by means of the rhythm of the knocker. The postman gives 2 loud raps in quick succession, and for the visitor a gentle but peremptory tremulo is de rigueur. The master of the house gives a tremulo crescendo, and the servant who announces his master turns the knocker into a battering ram, and plies it with such good will that the house shakes to its foundations. Tradesmen, on the other hand, butchers, milkmen, bakers, and greengrocers, are not allowed to touch the knockers. They ring a bell, which communicates with the kitchen. All this is very easy in theory, but very difficult in practice. Bold and otherwise inexperienced strangers believe that they assert their dignity if they move the knocker with conscious energy. Vain delusion! They are mistaken for footmen. Modest people, on the contrary, are treated as mendicants. The middle course in this, as in other respects, is most difficult. 2 different motives are assigned for this custom. Those who dislike England on principle, and according to whom the very fogs are an aristocratic abuse, assert that the various ways of plying the knocker are most intimately connected with the prejudices of caste. Others again say that the arrangement is conducive to comfort, since the inmates of the house know at once what sort of a visitor is desiring admittance. As for me, I believe that a great deal may be said on either side, and I acknowledge the existence of the 2 motives. But I ought to add that in new and elegant mansions the mediaeval knocker yields its place to the modern bell. The same fate is perhaps reserved for the whole of the remainder of English old fogyism. There are spots of decay in these much vaunted islands, and now and then you hear the worm plainly as it gnaws its way. I wish you the best of appetites, honest weevil. We cross the threshold of the house. Sacred silence surrounds us, the silence of peace, of domestic comfort, doubly agreeable after a few hours' walk with the giddy turmoil of street life. And with peace there is cleanliness, that passive virtue, the first the stranger learns to love in the English people, because it is the first which strikes his eye. That the English are capital agriculturists, practical merchants, gallant soldiers, and honest friends, is not written in their faces, any more than the outward aspect of the Germans betrays their straightforwardness, fitful melancholy, and poetic susceptibility. But cleanliness, as an English national virtue, strikes in modest obtrusiveness the vision even of the most unobservant stranger. The small space between the street door and the stairs, hardly sufficient in length and breadth to deserve the pompous name of a hall, is usually furnished with a couple of mahogany chairs, or, in wealthier houses, with flower pots, statuettes, and now and then a sixth or seventh rate picture. The floor is covered with oilcloth, and this again is covered with a breadth of carpet. A single glance tells us that after passing the threshold we have at once entered the temple of domestic life. Here are no moist, ill-paved floors, where horses and carts dispute with the passenger the right of way, where you stumble about in some dark corner in search of still darker stairs, where from the porter's lodge half a dozen curious eyes watch your unguided movements, while your nostrils are invaded with the smell of onions, as is the case in Paris, and also in Prague and Vienna. Nothing of the kind. The English houses are like chimneys turned inside out. On the outside all is soot and dirt. In the inside everything is clean and bright. From the hall we make our way to the parlour, the refectory of the house. The parlour is the common sitting room of the family, the centre point of the domestic state. It is here that many eat their dinners, and some say their prayers, and in this room does the lady of the house arrange her household affairs and issue her commands. In winter the parlour fire burns from early morn till late at night, and it is into the parlour that the visitor is shown, unless he happens to call on a reception day, when the drawing rooms are thrown open to the friends of the family. Large folding doors, which occupy nearly the whole breadth of the back wall, separate the front from the back parlour, and when opened the two form one large room. The number and the circumstances of the family devote this back parlour either to the purposes of a library for the master, the son, or the daughters of the house, or convert it into a boudoir office or breakfast room. Frequently it serves no purpose in particular, and all in turn. These two rooms occupy the whole depth of the house. All the other apartments are above, so that there are from 2 to 4 rooms in each story. The chief difference in the domestic apartments in England and Germany consists in this division. In Germany, the members of a family occupy a number of apartments on the same floor, or flat. In England, they live in a cumulative succession of rooms. In Germany, the dwelling houses are divided horizontally. Here the division is vertical. Hence it happens that houses with 4 rooms communicating with one another are very rare in London, with the exception only of the houses in the very aristocratic quarters. Hence, also, each story has its peculiar destination in the family geographical dictionary. In the first floor are the reception rooms; in the second the bedrooms, with their large 4 posters and marble-topped washstands. In the third story are the nurseries and servants' rooms; and in the fourth, if a fourth there be, you find a couple of low garrets for the occasional accommodation of some bachelor friend of the family. The doors and windows of these garrets are not exactly air tight; the wind comes rumbling down the chimney; the stairs are narrow and steep, and the garrets are occasionally invaded by inquisitive cats and a vagrant rat. But what of that? A bachelor in England is worse off than a family cat. According to English ideas, the worst room in the house is too good for a bachelor. They say, "Oh, he'll do very well." What does a bachelor care for a 3-legged chair, a broken window, a rickety table, and a couple or so of sportive currants? It is exactly as if a man took a special delight in rheumatism, toothache, hard beds, smoking chimneys, and the society of rats, until he has entered the holy state of matrimony. The promise of some tender being to love, honour, and obey would seem to change a bachelor's nature, and make him susceptible of the amenities of domestic comfort. The custom is not flattering to the fairer half of humanity. It is exactly as if the comforts of one's sleeping room were to atone for the sorrows of matrimony, and as if a bachelor, from the mere fact of being unmarried, were so happy and contented a being that no amount of earthly discomfort could ruffle the blissful tranquillity of his mind. It was truly comical to see Dr. Keif when the lady of the house first introduced him to his own room. The politics and the police of Germany had given the poor fellow so much trouble that he had never once thought of taking unto himself a wife. As a natural consequence of this lamentable state of affairs, his quarters were assigned him in the loftiest garret of the house. dismal forebodings, which he tried to smile away, seized on his philosophical mind as he mounted stair after stairs, each set steeper and narrower than the last. At length, on a mere excuse for a landing, there is a narrow door, and behind that door a mere corner of a garret. The doctor had much experience in the topography of the garrets of German college towns, but the English garret in Guildford Street, Russell Square, put all his experience to shame. "I trust you'll be comfortable here," calls the lady after him, with a malicious smile, for to enter the bachelor's room would be a gross violation of the rules and regulations of British decency, and before he can make up his mind to reply, she has vanished down the steep stairs. And the doctor, with his hands meekly folded, stands in the centre of his own room. "O Bulwer, Dickens, and Thackeray!" such are his thoughts. "And thou, O Punch, who describest the garrets of the British bachelor! Here, where I cease to understand the much vaunted English comfort, here do I begin to understand your writings. If I did not happen to be in London, I should certainly like to be in Spandau. My own Germany, with thy romantic fortresses and dungeon keeps, how cruelly hast thou been calumniated!" There is a knock at the door. It is Sir John, who has come up for the express purpose of witnessing the doctor's admiration of his room. He knows that the room will be admired, for to his patriotic view there is beauty in all and everything that is English. His patriotism revels in old established abuses, and stands triumphant amidst every species of nuisance. The question, "How do you like your room?" is uttered exactly with the degree of conscious pride which animated the King of Prussia when, looking down from the keep of Stolzenfels Castle, he asked Queen Victoria, "How do you like the Rhine?" And equally eager, though perhaps not quite so sincere, was the doctor's reply, "Oh, very much. I am quite enchanted with it. It is impossible to lose anything in this room, and the losing things and groping about to find them was the plague of my life at home in the large German rooms. A most excellent arrangement this. Everything is handy and within reach. Bookcase, washstand, and wardrobe. I need not even get up to get what I want. And as for this table and these chairs, I presume that the occasional overturning of an inkstand will but serve to heighten the quaint appearance of this venerable furniture." "Of course," said Sir John, "certainly, this is Liberty Hall, sir. But mind you take care of the lamp, and pray do not sit in the draught between the window and the door." He does not exactly explain how it is possible to sit anywhere except in the draught, for the limited space of the garret is entirely taken up with draughts. Perhaps it is a sore subject, for with an uneasy shrug of the shoulders the worthy Sir John adds, "But never mind, comfortable, isn't it? And what do you say to the view, eh? Beautiful! Right away over all the roofs to Hampstead." He might as well have said to the Peak of Teneriffe, for the view is obstructed with countless chimney pots looming in the distant future through perennial fog. Sir John is struck with this fact as, measuring the whole length of the apartment in 3 strides, he approaches the window to enjoy the glorious view of Hampstead Hills. He shuts the window and is evidently disappointed. "Ah, never mind. Very comfortable. Air pure and bracing. Very much so. Very different from the air in the lower rooms. And, I say, mind, this is the escape," says Sir John, opening a very small door at the side of our friend's room. "If, Heaven preserve us, there should be a fire in the house, and you should not be able to get downstairs, you may get up here and make your escape over the roofs. That's what you will find in every English house. Isn't it practical, eh? What do you say to that?" The doctor says nothing at all. He calculates his chances of escape along that narrow ledge of wall, and thinks, "Really, things are beginning to look awfully comfortable. If there should happen to be a fire while I am in the house, I hope and trust I shall have time to consider which is worst, to be made a male suttee of, or to tumble down from the roof like an apoplectic sparrow." We leave the Doctor between the horns of this dilemma, and descending a good many more stairs than we ascended, we find our way to the haunts of those who, in England, live underground, to the kitchen. Here, too, everything is different from what we are accustomed to in Germany. In the place of the carpets which cover the floors of the upper rooms, we walk here on strong, solid oilcloths, which, swept and washed, looks like marble, and gives a more comfortable aspect to an English kitchen than any German housewife ever succeeded in imparting to the scene of her culinary exercises. Add to this, bright dish covers of gigantic dimensions fixed to the wall, plated dishes, and sundry other utensils of queer shapes and silvery aspect, interspersed with copper saucepans and pots and china, the windows neatly curtained with a couple of flower pots on the sill, and a branch of evergreens growing on the wall round them. Such is an English kitchen in its modest glory. A large fire is always kept burning, and its ruddy glow heightens the homeliness and comfort of the scene. There is no killing of animals in these peaceful retreats. All the animals which are destined for consumption, such as fowls, ducks, pigeons, and geese, are sold, killed, and plucked in the London shops. When they are brought to the kitchen, they are in such a condition that nothing prevents their being put to the fire. And then, in front of that fire, turned by a machine, dangle large sections of sheep, calves, and oxen, of so respectable a size that the very sight of them would suffice to awe a German housewife. Several doors in the kitchen open into sundry other subterraneous compartments. There is a back kitchen, whither the servants of the house retire for the most important part of their daily labours, the talking of scandal apropos of the whole neighbourhood. There is also a small room for the washing up of plates and dishes, the cleaning of knives and forks, of clothes and shoes. Other compartments are devoted to stores of provisions, of coals, and wine and beer. Need I add that all these are strictly separate? All these various rooms and compartments, from the kitchen up to Dr. Keif's garret, are in modern London houses lighted up with gas, and pipes conducting fresh, filtered, and in many instances hot water, ascend into all the stories; and there is in all and everything so much of really domestic and unostentatious comfort, that it would be very uncomfortable to give a detailed description of every item of a cause which contributes to the general and agreeable effect. Indeed, such a description is simply impossible. Just let any one try to explain to an Englishman the patriarchal physiognomy of a pot-bellied German stove, or let him try to awake in the Englishman's wife a feeling, remotely akin to sympathy, for the charming atmosphere of a German Kneipe, or make an American understand what the German Bund is, and what it is good for. To attempt this were a labour of Sisyphus, toil without a result. Nothing short of actual experience will enable a man to understand and value these national mysteries. Chapter II of Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter II. Street Life. Characteristics of the masses, fashionable quarters, how Mr. Falcon said good-bye to his customers, the crossing in Holborn, Moses and Son, advertising vans, the puffing mania, its phases and causes. From our house, which is our starting point, we have several large and small streets leading to the south and opening into Holborn, which is one of the great arteries of this gigantic town. Holborn extends to the east to the old prison of Newgate, where it joins the chief streets of the city. In the west it merges into interminable Oxford Street, which leads in a straight line to Hyde Park, and farther on to Kensington Gardens and Bayswater. If to this large line of streets, says Dr. Keif, you add the Friedrichstrasse of Berlin, you get a line of houses which extend from this day, Monday, to next week, and perhaps a good bit farther. But any one who attempts to walk to the farther end of Oxford Street, I say who attempts, for since the English prefer a constitutional monarchy to an absolute prince, they are surely capable of any act of folly. Any one, I say, who performs that insane feat will find that the Berlin Friedrichstrasse commences at the very last house of Oxford Street. For once, Dr. Keif is wrong. Where Oxford Street ends, there you enter into a charming English landscape, one green and hilly and altogether captivating. But at the end of the Berlin Friedrichstrasse you enter nothing but the sandy deserts of the Mark. Holborn is a business street. It has a business character. There is no mistaking it. Shops and plate-glass windows side by side on each hand, costermongers and itinerant vendors all along the pavement, the houses covered with signboards and inscriptions, busy crowds on either side, omnibuses rushing to and fro in the centre of the road, and all around that indescribable, bewildering noise of human voices, carriage wheels, and horses' hoofs, which pervades the leading streets of crowded cities. Not all the London streets have this business character. They are divided into two classes: into streets where the roast beef of life is earned, and into the streets where the said roast beef is eaten. No other town presents so strong a contrast between its various quarters. But a few hundred yards from the leading thoroughfare, where hunger or ambition hunt men on, extend for many miles the quiet quarters of comfortable citizens, of wealthy fund holders, and of landed proprietors, who come to town for the "season," and who return to their parks and shooting grounds as soon as Her Majesty has been graciously pleased to prorogue Parliament, and with Parliament the season. These fashionable quarters are as quiet as our own provincial towns. They have no shops, no omnibuses are allowed to pass through them, and few costermongers or sellers of fruit, onions, oysters, and fish find their way into these regions, for the cheapness of their wares has no attractions for the inhabitants of these streets. These streets, too, are macadamized expressly for the horses and carriages of the aristocracy. Such roads are more comfortable for all parties concerned, that is to say, for horses, horsemen, and drivers, and the carriages are, moreover, too light to do much harm to the road. In these streets, too, there are neither counting-houses nor public-houses to disturb the neighbourhood by their daily traffic and nightly revelries. Comfort reigns supreme in the streets and in the interior of the houses. The roadway is lined with pavements of large white, beautiful flagstones, which skirt the area railings. It is covered with gravel and carefully watered, exactly as the broad paths of our public gardens, to keep down the dust and deaden the rumblings of the carriages and the step of the horses. The horses, too, are of a superior kind, and as different from their poorer brethren, the brewers, coal merchants, and omnibus horses, as the part of the town in which they eat is different from the part in which the latter work. In the vicinity of the parks, or in the outskirts of the town, or wheresoever else such quarters have space to extend, you must admire their unrivalled magnificence. From the velvety, luscious green, which receives a deeper shade from the dense, dark foliage of the English beech trees, there arise buildings, like palaces, with stone terraces and verandahs, more splendid, more beautiful, and more frequent than in any town on the Continent. An Englishman is easily satisfied with the rough comforts of his place of business. The counting-houses of the greatest bankers, the establishments of the largest trading-houses in the city, have a gloomy, heavy, and poverty-stricken appearance. But far different is the case with respect to those places where an Englishman proposes to live for himself and for his family. A wealthy merchant, who passes his days in a narrow city street, in a dingy office, on a wooden stool, and at a plain desk, would think it very ungenteel if he or his family were to live in a street in which there were shops. And although it may appear incredible, still it is true that in the better parts of the town there are many streets shut up with iron gates, which gatekeepers open for the carriages and horses of the residents or their visitors. These gates exclude anything like noise and intrusion. Grocers, fishmongers, bakers, butchers, and all other kitchen tradesmen occupy in the fashionable quarters the nearest lanes and side streets, and many of them live in close vicinity to the mews. For no house, not even the largest, has a carriage gate, and that we in Germany shelter under our roofs our horses, grooms, and all the odours of the stable, appears to the English as strange and mysterious, generally speaking, as our mustachios and our liberalism in matters of religion. We have endeavoured to draw the line of demarcation between the residential parts of the town and the business quarters. This being done, we return to Holborn. Dr. Keif does not escape the common lot of every stranger in London streets. His theories of walking on a crowded pavement are of the most confused description, and the consequence is that he is being pushed about in a woeful manner. But at each push he expresses his immoderate joy at having, for once, got into a crowded street, where a man must labour hard if he would lounge and saunter about. All of a sudden he stops in the middle of the pavement, and adjusting his shirt collar (a recent purchase), he takes off his hat and bows to somebody or something in the road. A natural consequence of all this is, that the passengers dig their elbows into the doctor's ribs as they hurry along. To whom are you bowing with so much heroic devotion? Whom? Why, to Mr. Falcon, on the other side of the street. So you have found an acquaintance already? That is a rare case. Many a man walks about for weeks without seeing a face he knows, and you have scarcely left the house when— But do you really think I know that Mr. Falcon on the other side of the way? Saying which, the mysterious doctor bows again, and I, taking my glass, find out that there are a dozen Mr. Falcons, hoisted on high poles, parading the opposite pavement. 12 men, out at elbows, move in solemn procession along the line of road, each carrying a heavy pole with a large table affixed to it, and on the table there is a legend in large scarlet letters, "Mr. Falcon removed." It appears that Mr. Falcon, having thought proper to remove from 146 Holborn, begs to inform the nobility, the gentry, and the public generally, that he carries on his business at 6 Argyle Street. The doctor, crossing his arms on his chest gravely, while the passengers are pushing him about, says, "Since Mr. Falcon is kind enough to inform me of his removal, I believe I ought to take off my hat to his advertisement. But only think of those poor fellows groaning under Mr. Falcon's gigantic cards. He is an original, Mr. Falcon is, and I would like to make his acquaintance." Again, the doctor is wrong in fancying, as he evidently does, that Mr. Falcon sends his card bearers, with the news of his removal, through the whole of London. Why should he? Perhaps he sold cigars, or buttons, or yarns in Holborn, and it is there he is known, while no one in other parts of the town cares a straw for Mr. Falcon's celebrated and unrivalled cigars, buttons, or yarns. His object is to inform the inhabitants of his own quarter of his removal, and of his new address. The 12 men with the poles and boards need not go far. From early dawn till late at night they parade the site of Mr. Falcon's old shop. They walk deliberately and slowly, to enable the passengers to read the inscription at their ease. They walk in Indian file, to attract attention, and because in any other manner they would block up the way. But they walk continually, silently, without ever stopping for rest. Thus do they carry their poles for many days and even weeks, until every child in the neighbourhood knows exactly where Mr. Falcon is henceforward to be found, for the moving column of large scarlet letter boards is too striking, and no one can help looking at them and reading the inscription. And this is a characteristic piece of what we Germans call British industry. There is no other town in the world where people advertise with so much persevering energy, on so grand a scale, at such enormous expense, with such impertinent puffery, and with such distinguished success. We have just reached a point in Holborn where, a great many streets crossing, leave a small irregular plot in the middle. In the centre of this spot, surrounded by a railing and raised in some masonry, is a gigantic lamp post, and the whole forms what one might call an island of the streets. Every now and then the protection of this island is sought by groups of women and children, who, amidst the noise and the wheels of so many vehicles that dash along in every direction, shrink from a bold rush across the whole breadth of the street. As Noah's dove thought itself lucky in having found an olive branch to alight on amidst the waters of the deluge, so do tender women breathe more quietly and look around with greater composure after having reached this street island, where they are safe from the ever-returning tide of street life. Leaning against the lamp post, we are at leisure to look around and see the moving beings, things, and objects which rush past on every side. And for the nonce we will devote a special attention to the various advertising tricks. The time, night. One of those clear, fogless, calm summer nights which are so few and far between in this large town. The life blood in the street veins runs all the fuller, faster and merrier for the beauty of the night. Holborn is inundated with gaslight, but the brightest glare bursts forth exactly opposite to us. Who, in the name of all that is prudent, can the people be who make such a shocking waste of gas? They are Moses and Son, the great tailors and outfitters, who have lighted up the side fronts of their branch establishment. All round the outer walls of the house, which is filled with coats, vests, and trousers, to the roof, and which exhibits 3 separate side fronts towards 3 separate streets, there are many thousands of gas flames, forming branches, foliage, and arabesques, and sending forth so dazzling a blaze that this fiery column of Moses is visible to Jews and Gentiles at the distance of half a mile, lighting up the haze which not even the clearest evening can wholly banish from the London sky. Among the fiery flowers burns the inevitable royal crown, surmounting the equally unavoidable letters V.R. To the right of these letters we have Moses and Son blessing the Queen in flaming characters of hydrocarbon. To the left they bless the people. God save the Queen and God bless the people are the legends of these mosaic illuminations. What do they make this illumination for? This is not a royal birthday, nor is it the anniversary of a great national victory. All things considered, this ought to be a day of mourning and fasting for Messrs. Moses and Son, for the Commons of England have this very afternoon decided that Alderman Salomons shall not take his seat in the House. Motives of loyalty, politics, or religion have nothing whatever to do with the grand illuminations executed by Messrs. Moses and Son. The air is calm, there is not even a breath of wind. It's 100 to 1 that Oxford Street and Holborn will be thronged with passengers. This is our time to attract the idlers. Up, boys, and at 'em! Light the lamps! A heavy expense this, burning all that gas for ever so many hours. But it pays somehow. Boldness carries the prize, and faint heart never won fair customers. And if it were not for that police and the insurance companies, by jingo, it were the best advertisement to burn the house and shop at least twice a year. That would puff us up, and make people stare, and go the round of all the newspapers. Capital advertisement that, eh? Being strollers in the streets, we delight in this extempore illumination. It is our object to see and observe, and Messrs. Moses and Son convert night into day for our especial accommodation. A whole legion of lesser planets bask in the region of this great sun. Crowds of subordinate advertising monsters have been attracted to this part of the street, and move about in various shapes, to the right and to the left, walking, rolling on wheels, and riding on horseback. Behold, rolling down from Oxford Street, 3 immense wooden pyramids, their outsides are painted all over with hieroglyphics and with monumental letters in the English language. These pyramids display faithful portraits of Isis and Osiris, of cats, storks, and of the Apis, and amidst these old curiosity shop gods, any Englishman may read an inscription printed in letters not much longer than a yard, From which it appears that there is now on view a panorama of Egypt, one more beautiful, interesting, and instructive than was ever exhibited in London. For this panorama (we are still following the inscription) shows the flux and reflux of the Nile, with its hippopotamuses and crocodiles, and a section of the Red Sea, as mentioned in Holy Writ, and part of the last overland mail, and also the railway from Cairo to Alexandria, exactly as laid out in Mr. Stevenson's head. And all this for only 1 shilling, with a full, lucid, and interesting lecture into the bargain. The Pyramids advance within 3 yards from where we stand, and for a short time they take their ease in the very midst of all the lights, courting attention. But the policeman on duty respects not the monuments of the Pharaohs. He moves his hand, and the drivers of the Pyramids, though hidden in their colossal structures, see and understand the sign. They move on. But here is another monstrous shape, a mosque with its cupola blue and white, surmounted by the crescent. The driver is a light-haired boy with a white turban and a sooty face. There is no mistaking that fellow for an Arab, and nevertheless the turban and the soot make a profound impression. "We are being invaded by the East," says Dr. Keif. "They are going to give a panoramic explanation of the Oriental question. If I were Lord Palmerston, I'd put a stop to that sort of thing. It's a high crime and misdemeanour against diplomacy. Pray call for the police." But Dr. Keif is wrong again. On the back of the mosque there is an advertisement which is as much a stranger to the Oriental question as the German diplomats are. That advertisement tells us that Dr. Dürm is proprietor of a most marvellous Arabian medicine, warranted to cure the bite of mad dogs and venomous reptiles generally. Even so, that a person so bitten, if he but takes Dr. Dürm's medicine, shall feel no more inconvenience than he would feel from a very savage leader in the Morning Herald. The mosque, the blue crescent, the gaudy colours, and the juvenile Arab from the banks of the Thames have merely been got up to attract attention. There need be no very intimate connection between the things puffed and the street symbolics which puff them. Heterogeneous ideas are as much an aid to puffing as homogeneous ideas. If ever you should happen to go to Grand Cairo, rely on it, every cupola of a mosque, peeping out from palm groves and aloe hedges, will remind you of Dr. Dürm and his Arabian medicine, as advertised in Holborn in Europe. Allah is great, and the cunning of English speculators is as deep as the sea where it is deepest. Hark! A peal of trumpets! Another advertising machine rushes out of the gloom of Museum Street. In this instance the Orient is not put in requisition. The turnout is thoroughly English. 2 splendid cream-coloured horses, richly harnessed, a dark green chariot of fantastic make, in shape like a half-opened shell, and tastefully ornamented with gilding and pictures. On the box a coachman in red and gold, looking respectable and almost aristocratic, with his long whip on his knee, and behind him the trumpeters seated in the chariot, and proclaiming its advent. In this manner have the people of London of late months been invited to Vauxhall, to that same Vauxhall which, under the Regency, attracted all the wealth, beauty, and fashion in England, which, to this very day, still attracts hundreds of thousands, whose good and ill fame has crossed the ocean. Even Vauxhall, the old and famous, makes no exception to the common lot. It is compelled to have its posters, its newspaper advertisements, and its advertising vans. In no other town would such tricks be necessary conditions of existence, but here, where everything is grand and bulky, in this town of miraculous extent, where generations live and die in the East End without ever having beheld the wonders of the West End, among this population, which is reckoned by millions instead of by hundreds of thousands, here where all press and rush on to make money or to spend it, here where every one must distinguish himself in some way or other, or be lost and perish in the crowd, where every hour has its novelty, Here, in London, even the most solid undertakings must assume the crying colour of charlatanism. The panorama of the Nile, the Overland route, the Colosseum, Madame Tussaud's exhibition of waxworks, and other sights, are indeed wonder works of human industry, skill, and invention; and in every respect are they superior to the usual productions of the same kind. But for all that, they must send their advertising vans into the streets; necessity compels them to strike the gong and blow the trumpet; choice there is none. They must either advertise or perish. The same may be said of great institutions of a different kind, of fire and life insurance companies, of railways and steamers, and of theatres, from Punch's Theatre in the Strand upwards to the Royal Italian Opera, which ransacks Europe for musical celebrities, and which, nevertheless, must condescend to magnify its own glory on gigantic many-coloured posters, though it has managed, up to the present day, to do without the vans, trumpets, and sham Nubians. It is either advertising or being ruined. We have said it before. Many of our readers will think this is a bold and unwarranted assertion. It is neither the one nor the other, for it is founded on the experience of many men of business. Of many examples we quote but one. Mr. Bennett keeps a large shop of clocks and watches in Cheapside. His watches and clocks are among the best in London. They have an old-fashioned reputation, and they deserve it. But their reputation is not owing to their excellency alone. It required many years of advertising, years of continual and expensive advertising, to inculcate this great fact on the obtuse, bewildered, and deluded Londoners. Thanks to Mr. Bennett's perseverance, they were at length convinced; and when a few years ago the reputation of the firm had spread throughout the length and breadth of the land, it struck Mr. Bennett that now was the time to put a stop to this expensive process of advertising. "In future," said that gentleman, "I mean to take the full interest from my capital instead of paying part of it to the printers." And he set at once about it. In the year in which Mr. Bennett took this bold resolution, the firm spent a few £1,000s less than usual in advertisements. But the consequences made themselves felt, and as month followed month they became still more disagreeably perceptible. Mr. Bennett understood that in London virtue is its own reward, provided it keeps a trumpeter, and as Mr. Bennett was not an obstinate theorist, he had again recourse to the printing press. He advertises to this very day, and to a greater extent, if possible, than formerly. In proof whereof we quote his advertisement in the catalogue of the Great Exhibition, on which occasion he paid £900, say £900 sterling, for the insertion of his advertisement on the back of the wrapper. Mr. Bennett's business is as prosperous as ever. Of course, his watches were quite as good during the period he did not advertise, but the public was about to forget him. Advertising is an indispensable item in the expenditure of a London trader. While we were talking of Mr. Bennett's shop in Cheapside, the little lamp post square in Holborn has become more quiet. 2 coal wagons, each with 4 elephantine, thick-necked, broad-footed horses, have suddenly emerged from the darkness of one of the side streets. The half-circle which these clumsy horses must make in order to obtain a locus standi in the street of Holborn, causes a general stoppage among the vehicles, which up to the present have been proceeding in regular order, at an all but uniform pace. For a few moments we are relieved from the clanking of chains, the rattling of wheels, and the dull rumbling of wooden pyramids and vans. Now is the time for the lesser sprites of the advertising mysteries. A boy on our right puts printed papers into our hands. On the left the same process is attempted by an elderly man of respectable appearance, who jerks his arm with what he believes to be a graceful indifference, while everybody else would mistake the same jerk for a convulsive gesture of despondency. Just before us we have a man with a pole and board, recommending some choice blacking, and on the opposite pavement there is a Hindoo dressed in white flannel, with a turban on his head, and with all the sorrow of a ruined nation in his handsome brown face and chiselled features. At his side is a little girl dressed in filthy rags. The Hindoo has a bundle of printed papers in his hand, Sabbatarian, temperance, and other tracts, inestimable treasures, which he offers to the public at the very low price of 1 penny each. That poor fellow got those tracts from some sacred society as a consideration for allowing them to convert him to Christianity. But his sad face is a sorry recommendation of the treasures of comfort he proposes to dispose of. Better for him to stand in primitive nudity among his native palm forests, adoring the miracles of nature in the sun and in Brahma, than to shiver here in the cold, wet pavement, cursing the torments of want in the image of the sacred Saviour. On the banks of the Ganges that man prayed to God. Here, among strangers, he learns to hate mankind. But then he was a pagan on the banks of the Ganges. On the banks of the Thames he has the name of a Christian. Whether or no the Christian is really more religious than the pagan is a question which seems to give little trouble to the pious missionaries. The Bible Society has done its duty. Our worthy friend Dr. Keif was, it seems, also struck with the melancholy aspect of the Hindoo. He made a bold rush across the street, put some pence into the tiny brown hand of the little girl, and took in return a tract on True Devotion, which he did not read, but, crushing it into a paper ball, angrily threw it into the gutter. He had taken the tract out of consideration for the poor man's feelings. "It's begging under the pretence of selling," said the worthy doctor in a great rage. "But since the delusion is a comfort to him, I would not for the world offer him money without taking one of his papers." It was very naughty in the doctor to fling that tract away as he did. As a punishment we were immediately assailed by a set of imps who mistook us for easy victims on the altars of speculation. Men with cocoa nuts and dates, and women with oranges surrounded us with their carts. One man recommended his dog collars of all sizes, which he had formed on a chain around his neck. Another person offered to mark our linen. A third produced his magic strops. Others held out note-books, cutlery, prints, caricatures, exhibition medals, all for 1 penny. It seemed as if the world were on sale at a penny a bit. And amidst all this turmoil, the men with advertising boards walked to and fro, and the boys distributed advertising bills by the hundred, with smiles of deep bliss, whenever they met a charitable soul who took them. The coal wagons are gone, and the street noise is as loud as ever. Are we to remain here and pursue our studies of the natural history of advertising vans? It is not likely we shall see them all, for their numbers are incalculable. They generate according to abnormal laws. Each day and each event produces another form. The advertisement is omnipresent. It is in the skies and on the ground. It swells as the flag in the breeze, and it sets its seal on the pavement. It is on the water, on the steamboat wharf, and under the water in the Thames Tunnel. It roosts on the highest chimneys. It sparkles in coloured letters on street lamps. It forms the prologue of all the newspapers, and the epilogue of all the books. It breaks in upon us with the sound of trumpets, and it awes us in the silent sorrow of the Hindoo. There is no escaping from the advertisement, for it travels with you in the omnibuses, in the railway carriages, and on the paddle boxes of the steamers. The arches of the great bridges over the Thames were at one time free from advertisements. The masonry was submerged by the periodical returns of the tide, and the bills would not stick. But at length the advertisement invaded even these, the last asylums of non-publicity. Since bills could not be pasted on the walls, the advertisement was painted on them. At this hour there is not an arch in a London bridge but has its advertisement painted on it. But for whom? For the thousands who every day pass under the bridge in steamers. for the Thames, too, is one of the London streets, and by no means the least important one. End of chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Saunterings in and About London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Squares, Lincoln's Inn. A man may be familiar with London streets. He may for years have gone his weary way amidst these endless rows of bare, narrow, irregular houses, which are black with fog and smoke, without ever suspecting that gardens sparkling in idyllic beauty are hidden behind those masses of sooty masonry. This is one of the chief distinctions between London and Paris and other continental capitals. Paris has much outside glitter, much startling show. Its boulevards, its Place de la Concorde, Place Vendôme, Rue de la Paix, Rue Rivoli, and sundry others of its streets and public places are unrivalled. London cannot vie with them in architectural prodigies. But the brilliant points of Paris, of which Frenchmen are in the habit of boasting, attract our attention only to divert it from the narrow, crooked lanes and the filth of the other parts of their town. Paris sports a clean shirt front, merely to hide the uncleanliness of its general nature. The French are adepts in the art of draping. The English, on the contrary, know nothing whatever of that noble art. The cut of their clothes is inelegant, but the cloth is the best of its kind. Their dwelling houses have the appearance of old chimneys, but the inside is replete with comfort and unpretending wealth. Their language is rough and without melody, but it is energetic, flexible, and expressive. Their metropolis, too, conceals its real beauties. It requires some investigation, some instinct and discernment, to discover and enjoy them. In the broadest part of Holborn there are on either side certain suspicious-looking lanes in which pawnbrokers and cobblers hang out, and where a roaring, though not a very fragrant trade, is driven in greens, meat, and fish. The lanes on the north side communicate with Gray's Inn. On the south they form an intricate labyrinth which we enter on our way to Lincoln's Inn Fields. Travellers proceeding from London to Dover pass through a series of monstrous tunnels, which have been bored through those mountains of chalk, the bulwarks of the British Islands. As they emerge from the darkness of the last tunnel, they feel happy and grateful for the fresh sea breeze which plays around, and the vast boundless view which opens before them. In a like manner do we breathe more freely as we emerge from the last of these narrow and by no means sweetly smelling lanes. A broad square, filled with trees, flowers, and garden ground, opens before us. This is one of the many squares of which you, O my beloved countrymen, entertain such crude and indistinct notions. Squares are wide, open spots surrounded by houses, exactly like our own Plätze. But instead of the monuments of saints, whom the Anglican Church ignores, instead of the pestilence columns, which Englishmen object to, though London, like every other respectable old town, had its plagues in olden times, and instead of our beautiful market fountains, the poesy of which is a sealed book to the English mind, their Plätze have been converted into gardens with broad, commodious streets all around the railings. These gardens are not by any means so small as the Germans generally believe. Indeed, in the larger squares they are of considerable extent. The curiosity of the passers-by is repelled by trees, shrubs, and carefully trimmed hedges, and the shady walks and the grass plots in the centre are strictly private. Of these squares, Lincoln Inn Fields is the largest. It covers an area of 12 acres. The joint extent of all the London squares is 1,200 acres. With the exception of Smithfield and Trafalgar Square, all the London squares have gardens, and the trees and shrubs which grow in them improve the air of all the neighbouring streets. Such gardens are found in all quarters of the town, and in many cases they are hidden among the narrowest alleys and gloomiest courts, where the wanderer least expects to find them. They are the most beautiful spots in London, for they present specimens of nature's paradise, blooming in concealment, and all the more lovely are they for that very reason. Let us return to Lincoln's Inn Fields. We stand on classic soil. Three sides of this large square are surrounded with buildings whose open doors show at once that they are not mere ordinary dwelling houses. One of them attracts our special attention. It is so black, and its columns are so many and so high. It is the Royal College of Surgeons, where the medical students pass their examination in surgery. This house, too, shelters the famous Anatomical Museum, which John Hunter bequeathed to the College of Surgeons. All the other buildings are owned by the Guild of the Lawyers. In the heart of the city, the houses, from the cellars to the garrets, are let out as offices and storerooms. The houses in Lincoln's Inn Fields, too, are devoted to the special accommodation of lawyers. A walk up and down, and a look at the doorposts, which are black with the names of advocates, suffice to convince us of the lamentable condition of English law. We have said that this is classic soil. Sir Thomas More, Shaftesbury the statesman, and Lord Mansfield studied in the precincts of Lincoln's Inn, and Oliver Cromwell passed 2 years of his eventful life in the same locality. The square has its sad reminiscences, too. In the centre of the gardens, where flowers blow and birds sing, there stood at one time a scaffold, and on that scaffold died one of the noblest patriots of England, Lord Russell, an ancestor of Finality John, and son to William, Earl of Bedford. The crown of England rested in those days on the head of the second Charles. At his side was his brother, the Duke of York, the evil genius of Charles and of England. Charles and James, his brother, listened to the counsels of France and of Rome, for they wanted money, and the Whigs would only consent to vote the people's money in exchange for some crumbs of liberty for the people. Thus it came to pass that England's honour was sold to France, and the rebellious Parliament was dissolved and the press put down. The liberties of the city were curtailed, venal men were placed on the bench, and venal witnesses thronged the courts. The best men of England were put into jail and arraigned on charges of high treason. Among the best and bravest was William Russell. They accused him of having conspired against the King's life, and sent him to the Tower. Witnesses were bribed to appear against him. They were men of proverbial villainy. Among them was Lord Howard, of whom the King himself had said he would not hang the worst cur in his kennel on the evidence of that man. But that man's evidence sufficed to bring the best man in all England to the block. It is the old story, a tail-wagging cur is more considered at court than a thinking man. Lord Russell's head fell in the centre of this very square. Vainly did his wife implore the King's mercy. Lord Russell's head fell in the immediate vicinity of his estates, and the Londoners of those days saw him pass through Holborn on his way to the scaffold. Many wept, many abused him, others jeered at him. The people of that time had even less respect for its heroes and martyrs than the present generation. In our days, even the vilest of the vile are awed into silence when the princes of this earth deliver their political adversaries to the hangman's rope or the mercy of a platoon of rifles. But even in these our own days there is a party in England, there are Englishmen, citizens, writers, and members of Parliament, and most of them truly honourable men, who, while they declare that the British Whigs of those times were patriots and martyrs, do not hesitate rashly to condemn the rebellious Parliament and political parties of the Continent. No Englishman, not the most conservative, would dare to deny to Lord Russell one single ray of that glorious crown of martyrdom which the English people and its historians have placed upon his bleeding head. It cannot be denied, they say, that Lord William Russell conspired against an illegal government, but to conspire against such a government was his duty. He was justified in so doing. But if the Russells of those days were justified in vindicating the people's rights against the King, how then can you so smoothly and glibly apply the word rebels to the continental Russells of our own days? If armed opposition is treasonable, was it less treasonable in days gone by? Do the rights of mankind dwindle away as century follows century? Or has the great nation of England so small a mind that it cannot distinguish between the merits of a cause and its success? The Russells of the last century shed their blood for this generation. England is free, happy, undisturbed, mighty, strong, tranquil, and reasonable. She develops a brighter future from the benefits she at present enjoys. The English know it, and in this knowledge is the secret of their pride. The sanguinary conflicts of the Continent, which have hitherto had no results, provoke in Englishmen a smile of mingled pity and derision. Those people don't know what they are driving at, some say. If they would be happy, they ought to imitate England. And others say, they want freedom, but they are not practical enough. They do not turn their revolution to advantage as our ancestors did, and as we would do in their place. But, I say, it is easy to find fault with others, and a happy man has all the wisdom of Solomon. These English sages do not consider how much easier it was to their ancestors to bring the contest with the power of the crown to a successful issue. The English patriots were not opposed by large standing armies. The contest lay between them and a single family and its factions, and this is a point which has never been sufficiently dwelt upon they had no reason to fear a foreign intervention. For England, as the greatest living author says, never fought as France did for the freedom of the world, but for its own freedom. Hence the continental powers paid little attention to the battles of the Puritans, and the contests between Charles and Cromwell. Clarendon, indeed, considered their non-intervention a great grievance. But this non-intervention of Spain or France was the greatest blessing for royalty in England. If those countries had interfered, the contest for the principles of constitutionalism might have been prolonged to this very day, or perhaps royalty would have been killed outright on the English battlefields. The history of England, says Macaulay, is a history of progress. Who would gainsay it? At the commencement of the 12th century, a small and semi-barbarous nation, subject to a handful of foreigners, without a trace of civilization, large masses enslaved, the Saxons still distinct from the Normans, superstition and brutality everywhere, and the law of the strong hand the supreme law of the land, such was England 700 years ago. Then came the bloody civil wars, brain-scorching, land-spoiling, man-consuming sectarian wars, contests abroad and contests at home, a series of vile, hypocritical, dissolute, and narrow-minded monarchs, and at intervals bright epochs of great times in history and politics, and day was changed into night and night into day, until England attained its present position among the nations of the earth. From one decade to another there may have been periodical retrogressions, but each century gave clear and irrefragable evidence of the progress of England. If, therefore, in the next years France should happen again to attain those giddy heights of freedom which she gained 3 times already, and which 3 times have vanished beneath her feet, then let not France, as she is wont to do, wax proud in the scanty shade of her newly planted trees of liberty, and let her not look down contemptuously on the cold, thick-blooded, clumsy tree of liberty in England. At the end of the century the 2 nations may compare their charters. It will then be seen which of them has really and truly had the greatest gains. The blood of France has manured the mental soil of all the world. England should be the last to forget what her liberty has gained by the ideal conquests of France. France, on the other hand, might make the most useful study in considering the consistent carrying out of great political maxims on the British soil. When 2 nations express their opinions of one another and reproach each other with their faults, they are in the habit of paying too little attention to the circumstances which promote or obstruct the advance of freedom. In this respect, the peculiarities of the countries and their geographical position cannot be too highly estimated. Who can tell what would be the condition of Germany if our country were secure from foreign intervention; and if, as is the case with England, the sea protected it from the violence of its enemies or the insidious advances of its political friends? CHAPTER IV. Chapter I, Part IV, of Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter IV, Up the Thames, Vauxhall. The riverside, views of the river, the tides, the bridge, the Temple and Somerset House, entrance to Vauxhall, British decorative genius, somebody runs away with Dr. Keif, magic, Nelson and Wellington, the circus, the burning of Moscow, an episode at the tea table. If you leave King William Street just at the foot of London Bridge and turn to the right, you will find your way into a set of narrow and steep streets, few only of which admit of carriage and horse traffic. The lower stories of the houses are let out as offices, and the upper as warehouse floors. The pavement is narrow, and the road as bad as broken stones and long neglect can make it. Dirty boys in sailors' jackets play at leap-frog over the street posts. Legions of wheelbarrows encumber the broader parts of these thoroughfares. Packing cases stand at the doors of houses, and cranes and levers peep out from the upper stories. Such are the streets which lead down to the banks of the Thames. It is altogether a dusty, filthy, uncanny quarter. A few steps through a black, cornery, nondescript structure of sooty brick and mortar, covered all over with immense shipping advertisements in all colours, and we stand on the bank of the river. An entirely new scene is opened before our eyes. Close to our left, the mighty grey arches of London Bridge rise up from the river. We look under them downwards, where the last ocean ships are crowded together on their moorings, where the distant masts are lost in the haze, and where ocean life finds its limits, because the bridge prevents those large ships from passing up the river. We look in an opposite direction along the broad expanse of water, with busy little steamers rushing frantically in every conceivable direction. We look up to the parapet of London Bridge, where, high as it is, we see the heads of the passengers and the crowded roofs of the omnibuses. We look over to the other bank, where 1,000 high chimneys vomit forth their smoke, and we behold Southwark, the amiable appendix to the metropolis, which at this day has its 600,000 inhabitants; and lastly we look straight down before our feet, where half a dozen steamers, closely packed together, dance up and down on the waves; where steam rushes forth noisily from narrow pipes; where hundreds of men, women, and children run about in inextricable confusion, pushing their way to the shore, to one of the boats, or from one boat to another; where the paddles beat the water and the boys start the machinery by shrill screams, while the mooring barges creak as the ropes are drawn tight. We look and behold, this is the Thames. This is the great, living, fabulous, watery high road in the heart of the British metropolis. They have abused thee sadly, thou grey Thames, for the filth of thy waters and the fogs which arise from thee; but most unjustly hast thou been abused. At Lechlade, where the 4 rivulets from the Cotswolds join into a river, thy waters are as pure and pellucid as the Alpine streams which spring forth from the glacier. At Lechlade there are no fogs obscuring the surface; there the air is pure; there art thou romantic and idyllic, innocent alike of the temptations of the world and the vice and filth of the greatest town. For many, many miles further down to Kew and Richmond thou art beautiful to behold, flowing through the emerald green of the meadows and the deep, luscious green of the bush, a mirror for the lordly villas and charming cottages which stud thy banks; but most rapidly dost thou rush forward to thy metamorphosis; most quickly dost thou expand into a broad, grey, elderly man of business. He who saw thee at Richmond will not know thee again at Westminster. and the travelling stranger who only beheld thee between the bridges of the metropolis has not the faintest idea of thy beauties at Richmond. The grey business atmosphere of London has cast its gloom upon thee, as well as on the stones, the houses, and the human beings that inhabit them. But whatever the Thames may lose in romance, it gains in the grandeur and importance of its appearance. Its breadth increases with every step. Navigable to the length of 180 English miles, with a tidal rise to the extent of 70 miles, the Thames takes the largest merchantmen to the immediate vicinity of London Bridge; and as the tide is going out it takes them back, without the help of oars, sails, or steam tugs. Nature has made the Thames the grandest of all trading rivers. It gave it a larger share of the ocean tides than it ever bestowed on any other river in Europe. At the Land's End, the tides from the Atlantic are divided into two distinct streams. One rushes up the Channel and round the North Foreland into the mouth of the Thames. The other beats against the western coasts of England and of Scotland, and taking a southerly direction down the eastern coast, this tide too enters the basin of the Thames. Hence the tides in the Thames are formed of two different ocean tides. They are equal by day and by night, and so powerful is the rush of the tide from the North Foreland to the metropolis that it flows at the rate of 5 miles an hour. But here is the boat smoking away right at our feet. There is a rush of persons from the shore, and a rush of persons to the shore. We pay 2d., scramble down a variety of steps and stairs, and jump on board just as they are casting off. There is no whistling or ringing of a bell, no noise whatever. We are already steaming it up to the far west. The bank on our left offers no interesting points on which the eye might dwell with pleasure. Manufactories, breweries, and gas works dispute every inch of ground with the ugliest storehouses imaginable. The sight strikes one as that of a large city in ruins. But on our right we see St. Paul's rising from an ocean of roofs. The sun, still visible on the horizon, shines on the roof of the cathedral, and shows the gigantic cupola in the most charming light. St. Paul's ought to be seen from the river by those who would fully understand its grandeur. We pass through the arches of Blackfriars Bridge, and proceed in a line with Fleet Street. Before us the stream is spanned by a number of bridges, so that it seems as if their pillars crossed one another, and as if the nearest bridge bore the next following on its arched back. So strange and astonishing is this sight that we are tempted to mistake it for a fata morgana, and expect to see it dissolve into thin air. 7 enormous bridges have been built across the river at very short intervals, and unite the more animated parts of the borough and Lambeth with London proper. Among these bridges is an iron suspension bridge with a bold double arch. Another bridge is composed of iron and stone, and the rest are simply built of massive stones. It is true that only 3 of these 7 bridges are freely open to the public, and that the 4 others exact a toll. But for how many years past have the Germans talked of a stone bridge across the Rhine at Cologne, and another stone bridge across the Danube at Vienna? And as yet neither Cologne nor Vienna have mustered the funds for such undertakings. And in London there are 7 bridges within a river length of a few miles. A little higher up, moreover, is Battersea Bridge, and lower down the river there is the Tunnel, and already have they commenced making a new bridge at Chelsea. The English have a right to pride themselves on the grandeur of the British spirit of enterprise; but the German who comes into this country and beholds its marvels makes comparisons which sorely vex and trouble his spirit. We pass the Temple, the Chinese Junk, Somerset House, and the new Houses of Parliament, and Westminster Abbey. But we cannot stop to describe them, for we purpose to reserve them for a special visit on another occasion. Besides, our attention is engaged by the general aspect of the river and its banks. Darkness has set in. Steamers with red and green eyes of fire rush past us. Little boats cross in all directions under the very bows of the steamers. Fishing boats with dark brown sails go with the tide in solemn silence. The lights on the bridges and in the streets are reflected in the water. This is the hour at which matter-of-fact London dons her poetical night-dress. We pass Lambeth Palace and its ruin-like watch-tower. The boat stops at Vauxhall Bridge. We get off and walk through some of the streets of Lambeth. We pass through a railway bridge and stand in front of Vauxhall. "The season is over. Everybody is gone out of town," etc., write the correspondents of provincial and continental newspapers. Everybody, that is to say, everybody with the exception of 2 millions of men who make rather a considerable noise in the northern, southern, and eastern towns of London. But of course they are nobodies. They are merely merchants, tradesmen, manufacturers, clerks, agents, public functionaries, judges, physicians, barristers, teachers, journalists, publishers, printers, musicians, actors, clergymen, labourers, beggars, thieves, foreigners, and other members of the vile rabble. Everybody else left the metropolis immediately after the Parliament was prorogued by the Queen, and the Royal Italian Opera was prorogued by Signora Grisi. The West End is now a city of the dead. The deserted streets and the shuttered windows proclaim that all who are not exactly nobodies are shooting in Scotland or gaping on the Rhine, that they suffer from the blues in Italy, or that the trouts suffer from them in Sweden. But Vauxhall is still open, partly because the weather is so uncommonly mild for the season, partly because there are a good many foreigners in London, but chiefly because Vauxhall has come to be vulgar, and very vulgar too, a haunt of milliners and democrats, by birth and education. Vauxhall was born in the Regency, in one of the wicked nights of dissolute Prince George. A wealthy speculator was its father, a prince was its godfather, and all the fashion and beauty of England stood round its cradle. In those days Vauxhall was very exclusive and expensive. At present it is open to all ranks and classes, and half a guinea will frank a fourth-rate milliner and sweetheart through the whole evening. A Londoner wants a great deal for his money, or he wants little, take it which way you please. The programme of Vauxhall is an immense carte for the eye and ear: music, singing, horsemanship, illuminations, dancing, rope dancing, acting, comic songs, hermits, gipsies, and fireworks on the most stunning scale. It is easier to read the Kölner Zeitung than the playbill of Vauxhall. With respect to the quantity of sights, it is most difficult to satisfy an English public. They have a capacious swallow for sights, and require them in large masses as they do the meat which graces their tables. As to quality, that is a minor consideration, and to give the English public its due, it is the most grateful of all publics. The entrance to Vauxhall is dismally dark and prison-like. Dr. Keif objects to the place. "It's a trap," says he, "the real road to ruin. I am sure the Chevalier Bunsen and that fellow Buell Schauenstein lie in ambush in some of those dark holes. They will pounce upon me and seize me and take me back to Germany, where they have no brown stout, and where I must needs get famous or die with ennui. Lasciate ogni speranza, voi che entrare." Just at that moment a German refugee goes by. He bids us good evening, and is lost in the darkness. "Ah," says the doctor, "that boy has been sentenced to be shot in the Grand Duchy of Baden. I believe they shot him in effigy. He's an imp of fame, and if he dares go in, why shouldn't I dare? Let us go in." The dismal aspect of the entrance is the result of artistic speculation. It is a piece of theatrical claptrap. For all of a sudden we emerge from the darkness of the passage into a dazzling sea of light which almost blinds one. All the arbours, avenues, grottos, and galleries of the gardens are covered with lamps. The trees are lighted to the very tops. Each leaf has its coloured ladybird of a gaslight. Where the deuce did those people ever get those lamps? And how did they ever get them lighted? It must be confessed that the manager has done his duty. If you can show him a single leaf without its lamp, he will surely jump into the Thames, or hang himself on the branch which was thus shamefully neglected. Dr. Keif, who is disposed to find fault with everything, and who just now protested that the entrance to Vauxhall was a trap expressly constructed for the apprehension of political refugees, asserts that the illumination is enough to spoil the temper of any one. "Look at those English madcaps," says he. "In other parts of the town I walk for hours before I find a human being smoking a cigar, and offering an opportunity to light my own weed; and here I stand as the donkey in the midst of 300,000 bundles of hay. Which of these lamps shall I select for the lighting of my cigar?" "This way, sir. Look down there where the Queen is burning in gas," says an Englishman with a cigar in his mouth, who has overheard the doctor's lament. And he added, "Light your weed at the flames of Victoria, and implore her gracious Majesty that she might be pleased to abolish the duty on tobacco." From that moment is Dr. Keif lost to the rest of our party. An Englishman, who, spurning all old established customs and traditions, dares to address a stranger, and to address him too on the subject which has nothing whatever in common with the state of the weather, such an Englishman is a rara avis, and nothing could induce Dr. Keif to forego his acquaintance. Already has he engaged him in conversation, utterly oblivious of the friends who came with him, and of all the world besides. We must try to get on without the doctor. The gardens are crowded. Dense masses are congregated around a sort of open temple, which in Vauxhall stands in lieu of a music room. The first part of the performance is just over, and a lady, whose voice is rather the worse for wear, and who defies the cool of the evening with bare shoulders and arms, is in the act of being encored. She is delighted, and so are the audience. Many years ago this spot witnessed the performances of Grisi, Rubini, Lablache, and other first-rate musical celebrities. The crowd promenade these gardens in all directions. In the background is a gloomy avenue of trees, where loving couples walk, and where the night air is tinged with the hue of romance. Even the bubbling of a fountain may be heard in the distance. We go in search of the sound, but alas, we witness nothing save the triumph of the insane activity of the illuminator. A tiny rivulet forces its way through the grass. It is not deep enough to drown a herring, yet it is wide enough and babbling enough to impart an idyllic character to the scene. But how has this interesting little watercourse fared under the hands of the illuminator? The wretch has studded its banks with rows of long, arrow-headed gas lights. Not satisfied with lighting up the trees and walls and dining saloons, he must needs meddle with this Lilliputian piece of water also. That is English taste, which delights in quantities. No Frenchman would ever have done such a thing. Following the rivulet, we reach the bank of a gas-lit pond with a gigantic Neptune and 8 white sea-horses. To the left of the god opens another gloomy avenue, which leads us straightway to Fate, to the hermit and the temple of Pythia, who, in the guise of a gipsy, reclining on straw under a straw-roofed shed, with a stable lantern at her side, is in the habit of reading the most brilliant future on the palm of your hand, for the ridiculously low price of 6d. only. This is specially English. No house without its fortifications, no open-air amusements without gipsies. The prophetess of Vauxhall is by no means a person of repulsive appearance. You admire in her a comely brown daughter of Israel, with black hair and dark eyes. It is very agreeable to listen to her expounding your fate. She is good-tempered and agreeable, and has a Californian prophecy for all comers. She predicts faithful wives, length of days, a grave in a free soil to every one, even to the German. The dwelling of the sage hermit is much less primitive, nor are believers permitted to enter it. They must stand on the threshold, from whence they may admire a weird and awful scenery, mountains, precipices, and valleys, and the genius loci, a large cat with fiery eyes, all charmingly worked in canvas and pasteboard, with a strict and satisfactory regard for the laws of perspective. The old man, with his beard so white and his staff so strong, comes up from the mysterious depth of a pasteboard ravine. He asks a few questions and disappears again, and in a few minutes the believer receives his or her future, carefully copied out on cream-coloured paper and in verse, too, with his or her name as an anagram. Of course, these papers are all ready written, and prepared by the dozen, and as one lady of our party had the name of Hedwig, by no means a common name in England, she had to wait a good long while before she was favoured with a sight of her fate. This, of course, strengthened her belief in the hermit and the fidelity of her husband. We, the pilgrims of Vauxhall, leave the hermit's cell. Our eyes have become accustomed to the twilight, and as we proceed we behold in the background the tower and battlements of a large and fantastically built tower. Can this be Westminster Abbey, or is it a mere optical delusion? Let us see. Hark! A gun is fired in the shrubbery. The promenaders, who are familiar with the place, turn round, and all rush in one direction, sweeping us along with them. Before we can collect ourselves we have been pushed forward to a panoramic stage on which Nelson, in plaster, is in the act of expiring, while Wellington, in pasteboard, rides over the battlefield of Waterloo. These two figures are the worst of their kind. Still the public cheer the two national heroes. No house without its fortifications, no open-air amusements without gipsies, and no play without the old Admiral and the old General. Wellington has scarcely triumphed over Napoleon and silenced the French batteries when the cannonade recommences in the shrubbery. 1, 2 guns. It is the signal for the arena. Unless you purchase a seat in the boxes or in the galleries, you have no chance of seeing the exhibition of the circus, for the pit, which is gratis, is crowded to suffocation. Englishmen care more for live horses than they do for pasteboard chargers, fraught though they be with national reminiscences. The productions of horsemanship at Vauxhall are exactly on a par with similar exhibitions on the other side of the Channel. Britons are more at home on horseback, or on board a ship, than on the strings of the fiddle, or on the ivory keys of the pianoforte. And thus, then, do the men and women dance on unsaddled horses, play with balls and knives, and jump through paper and over boards. Half a dozen of old and young clowns distort their joints, a lady dances on a rope à la marionnette, and Miss A, who was idolized at Berlin, and whom 7 officers of the Horse Guards presented with a bracelet on which their 7 heroic faces were displayed, condescends to produce her precious bracelet and her precious person in this third-rate circus; and an American guzikow makes music on wood, straw, and leather; and the horses are neighing, and the whips smacking, and the sand is being thrown up, and the boarding trembles with the tramp of the horses, and there is no end of cheering; and Miss A reappears and curtsies, with the 7 gentlemen of the Horse Guards on her arm, and another gun is fired, and the public, leaving the circus, rush madly into the gardens. To the fireworks! They are the most brilliant exhibition of the evening. The gardens are bathed in a bluish light, and the many thousand lamps look all pale and ominous. The gigantic and fantastic city, which before loomed through the twilight of the distant future, burns now in Bengal fire. It is Moscow, it is the Kremlin, and they are burning it. Sounds of music, voices of lamentation issue from the flames, guns are firing, rockets shoot up and burst with an awful noise, the walls give way, they fall, and from the general destruction issues a young girl with very thin clothing and very little of it, who makes her escape over a rope at a dizzy height. The exhibition is more awful than agreeable, but the public cheer this as they do any other neck or nothing feat. If the girl were to carry a baby on her perilous way, the cheering would be still greater. It is past midnight, the wind is cold, and fresh guests are crowding in to join the ball, which is kept up to the break of day. But we have not the least inclination to watch the ungraceful movements of English men who dance with English women, or of English women who dance with English men. We hail a cab and hasten home. At the door we fall in with the doctor, whom we had lost in the early part of the evening. He is greatly excited, for he has walked the whole way from Vauxhall to Guildford Street. In the parlour we find Sir John and his most faithful wife seated at the round table with the tea things before them, waiting tea for us. As we enter, Sir John puts down the Times, in which he has been gloating over a damaging letter against the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the lady of the house welcomes us with a friendly nod and a look of anxious inquiry. That look means, have you caught a cold, you or any of you? Or is it a sore throat or a cough? Surely you cannot have been out all night without some slight illness which will justify me in opening my medicine chest. And she looks at the things to see if they are all in good order, and then the tea is poured out with the utmost precision. A cup of tea is delicious after that long ride from Vauxhall, and there is much comfort and snugness in an English parlour. The cup, which cheers but not inebriates, loosens Dr. Keif's tongue. "The tea is very refreshing, madam," is a remark which the doctor makes twice every day, in fine and foul weather, and in making this remark he always holds out his empty cup that it may be filled again. "But most loyal Sir John," continues the doctor, refreshed by the tea, "it's a mighty difficult task to get through an English evening's pleasure in a single night. To think of all the things I have seen this evening, and for half a crown too! Why, one half of them would suffice to entertain the inhabitants of a German capital for a period of 6 calendar months." "That is what I always say," interposed Bella, the daughter of the house, with a look of triumph. "London is the cheapest town in the whole world." "So it is," says Dr. Keif, "awfully cheap. I had some cold beef at Vauxhall, some cheese, and a cruet of wine, and I paid only 9 shillings. On my honour, nothing but 9 shillings. The bread was not included. The waiter gave me a piece after I had asked him long enough. But I had scarcely put it on my plate, and I was lost in its contemplation, when it was carried off by a sparrow. Now that will give you an idea how very large it must have been." "But what could induce you to drink wine or ask for bread at Vauxhall?" said Bella. "And where have you been all the evening? What did you do with your friend?" "Oh, I had a delightful conversation with him, and let me tell you he is a clever fellow. Still, he is not free from English prejudice, though a great deal of it has been rubbed off on his travels. Of Germany he saw only the south, having been compelled, as he told me, to return to England to look after some property which a whimsical old uncle had left him, under conditions which made residence in this country a matter of necessity. It's a pity. There is a great deal of good in him, and I have no doubt he would be a great genius if he could but pass a couple of winters in Berlin." "Indeed? What was his English prejudice?" asked Sir John, with great disgust. "It is not easy to answer that question. National prejudice is like a pigtail; you can't see it in front. Another cup of tea, if you please. It's only my 4th. And it's scandalous how they teach history in your schools. This new friend of mine is a well-bred man, but he had never heard of Blücher. We looked at the Duke of Wellington's ride over the field of Waterloo, and I said, 'Couldn't you find a place for our Blücher?' 'Blutscher?' said he. 'Who is Blutscher?' He knew nothing whatever of Blücher and the Prussian army, and when I told him that but for the Prussians Wellington would have been made mincemeat of at Waterloo, he actually laughed in my face. Now tell me, most respectable Sir John, how do they teach history in your schools? The French, I know, cook history, and make matters pleasant for the young idea." Sir John was silent. The article he had read in the Times had made him magnanimous, and our friend Keif remained uncontradicted. "I told my companion," continued the doctor after a pause, "that the dancing was a disgraceful exhibition. He said so it was. He had seen the dancing abroad. If he had never been out of England, I am sure, he would have been delighted with the performance of his countrywomen; and, as most Englishmen do in such a case, he would have shrugged his shoulders, and set me down as a fool for the unfavourable opinion I pronounced. But he had left part of his prejudice on the other side of the Channel, and he himself pointed out to me how ridiculous those people looked, and how the couples clung to one another like woolsacks which cannot stand alone, and how they pushed one another and marked the time by kicking one another's toes. "Don't believe," said he, "that there is better dancing in the saloons of our aristocracy. We know nothing of the noble art, and for that very reason do we practise it with so much devotion. Such like unnatural leanings are common with all nations. They are most zealous in what they least understand. The Russians build a fleet, the Austrians affect finances, the Germans make revolutions, the French will have a republic, and the English dance." "But surely, Doctor," said Bella, "neither you nor your new friend can deny that better dancing is going on in London than in any other town. This very season we had Taglioni, Rosati, and Ferraris, all on the same stage." "The old argument," said the Doctor. "Because you have got money, and because you can afford to pay for a good ballet, you pretend that the most graceful dancers are hatched in England. You subsidized the German armies against Napoleon, and now you believe that your redcoats alone vanquished the French. Port and sherry are your English wines, and because you succeed, at an enormous expense, to rear hothouse peaches, grapes, and apples, you will have it that England produces better fruit than any other country. But it's all nonsense. It's money, and money, and again money; and with that money you buy up the world, and, after all, old England for ever. Then another cup of tea for me?" "Did you see that gaslit rivulet at Vauxhall?" says I, for I like to hear the Doctor find fault with England. He does it in such a good-natured, amiable manner, and with a spice of roguishness which is all the more interesting since in Germany Dr. Keif is generally disliked for his Anglomania. "What," asked I, "do you say to the romantic style of decoration which prevails in England?" "Of course I saw that rivulet, and had a splendid adventure on its banks." Dr. Keif is literally overwhelmed with adventures. He cannot go to the next street without a remarkable incident of some sort or other. "I had lost my companion," said Dr. Keif, leaning back in his chair. "I had lost him in the crowd. I saw a dark avenue in the distance, and I longed for rest. You know, Sir John, we Germans cannot for any length of time go on without peace and tranquillity, although the times will have it that we are the most restless and disturbance-loving nation in Europe. Well, under the trees, near the rivulet, I espied a loving couple. They walk up and down, and stand still. Of course they are happy to be alone and unobserved, but anxious to understand the character of the English, I resolved to overhear their conversation. I passed them several times, but they were silent. Right, thought I, affection makes them mute. Their souls stand entranced on the giddy pinnacle of passion. But they could not be silent all night, especially since it was so dark they could not speak with their eyes. I laid myself in ambush. They approached. My heart beat quick with thrilling anticipation. They were talking. But can you fancy what they were talking about? Of Morrison's pills, and the mode and manner of their effect in bilious complaints. Of course there was no resisting this. I jumped out of the thicket, leaped across the rivulet, and came home at once. We all laughed at the Doctor's adventure, and Sir John, too, laughed. Dr. Keif had met with half a dozen adventures on his way home. For instance, he had fallen in with a sailor who told him long stories about Spain. He, not the sailor, had found a drunken woman in a gutter and dragged her out, and Bella declared that the woman must have been Irish. And 2 Vestals had taken hold of his arms, and he had a deal of trouble before he could induce them to leave him alone. In short, there was no end of the Doctor's adventures. Chapter 5 Part I, Chapter 5 of Saunterings in and About London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Police. The London Police, Journey from Paris to London, The Politics of the Force, Its Mode of Action illustrated, Difference between the Police in England and on the Continent, Detectives, Rookeries, The Policeman as Citizen. In a town such as London is at the present day, where thousands of honest men follow their daily avocations at the side and mixed up with thousands of dishonest men, the government has but one alternative with respect to the police regulations. It must either resign the idea of organizing a surveillance by means of the police, or that surveillance must be carried on according to a highly practical principle. With the police and other political institutions, it is exactly the same as with our clothes. They would seem to grow with us. But the fact is, as we grow in height and breadth, we take care that our coats have greater length and breadth. In the same manner is the police allowed to grow in proportion to the growth of a town. And none but thieves or fools in politics can object to the process, provided always that the police is for the protection and not for the torment of the peaceful citizen. Scarcely 100 years ago, no one could dare to walk from Kensington to the City after nightfall. At Hyde Park Corner, not far from the place where the Crystal Palace stood, there was a bell which was rung at 7 and at 9 o'clock. Those who had to go to the City assembled at the call and proceeded in a body, by which means they were comparatively safe from the attacks of highwaymen. Small bodies of men were frequently stopped by the robbers. It happened now and then that the passengers were attacked and sorely molested by a roistering band of wild young fellows who were fresh from the public-house. But all this romance came to an end when George II was stopped and plundered one fine night on his return from hunting. The very next morning a troop of armed horsemen was established to watch over the security of the public streets, and though these were not the rudiments of the London police, there were already some watchmen and river guards, yet we consider them as a fraction of the police embryo which has since grown up to such respectable dimensions. The guild of the London police (on the Continent they are but too frequently confounded with the older constables) was founded and trained by Sir Robert Peel. They are consequently a product of our own times, and that this product is not a luxury, and that it is more useful than many other creations of our own times, is clearly shown by the great London journals, which daily acknowledge the institution in their police reports. But this institution is very little understood in Germany, and even strangers, who pass a short time in England, are not likely to understand it. Let us watch the steps of a German, for instance, on his journey across the Channel. He leaves Cologne with an express train and reaches Calais at midnight. Bewildered with sleep, he leaves the carriage. The first object which strikes his view is a large hand painted on the wall. He follows the outstretched index of that hand and finds his way, not to the refreshment rooms whither he wants to go, but to the Bureau de Police, where he never thought of going. He is cruelly disappointed. But he is an honest man, and not even a political refugee, and he has, therefore, no reason to avoid communication with the French police. They ask for his passport, and if the traveller can produce some document of the kind, they are content. The passport may indeed be a forgery. Its possessor may have stolen it. Napoleon the Great found his way back from Elba without a passport, and Louis Philippe, also without a passport, found his way out of France. But no matter, the French require the production of passports, doubtlessly for some hidden good, for the alcune bene of Dante. On his arrival in Folkestone or Dover, many an honest German has, from the mere force of habit, put his hand in his pocket and produced his passport ready for inspection. Of course, the methodical foreigner was laughed at for his pains. The Emperor of France and his satellites may possibly have an interest in knowing all particulars about those who turn their backs upon them, but constitutional England is not in the habit of asking her guests whence they come, why they come, and whither they go. After a short interview with the custom house officers, and these too, though functionaries, are dressed like all other honest men, the stranger is free of the country; and if his trade be an honest one, he is not interfered with. Indeed, he is almost neglected by the public authorities. On his arrival in London, he takes apartments in an hotel, or in a boarding house, or he takes furnished lodgings, or a house, or a street. No matter, the police do not interfere with him, and to all appearance they pay no attention whatever to his proceedings. This apparently unguarded liberty is the secret of the real grandeur of the preventive service; but that this is possible is partly owing to the good will of a liberal government, and partly to the peculiarities of English life and manners. This is a point which we shall, on a future occasion, treat at greater length. The circumstance that a stranger may walk to and fro between the Isle of Wight and the Orkneys without being questioned, protocolled, and stopped, has caused many a foreigner to doubt the safety of life in England generally. A certain Berlin professor, I am told, got quite angry on the subject. "A man," said he, "goes about in England exactly as if he were disowned by society and removed from within the pale of it. The very dogs of Berlin are more respected; at least they have their numbers taken, and are entered into the dog book (Hundebuch) at the police office, while in England none but thieves can feel comfortable, since thieves alone are in a manner noticed by the police." In treating of the functions of the London police, we ought at once to say that the police in England is essentially a force of safety, whose functions are limited to the prevention of crime and the apprehension of criminals. All its departments of river, street, and railway police are instituted for the same purpose. There has not hitherto been a political department in Scotland Yard. The police, as at present organized, deals only with the vulgar sins of larceny, robbery, murder, and forgery. It superintends the cleaning of the streets, it prevents the interruption of the street traffic, and it takes care of drunkards and of children that have strayed from their homes. But political opinions, however atrocious, if they have not ripened into criminal action, are altogether without the sphere of the English police. The policemen, as the free citizen of a free country, are perfectly at liberty to have political opinions of their own. They need not modify or conceal their sentiments when they take the blue coat and the glazed hat. They are required to catch thieves as cats do mice. Some of them are ultra-royalists, others are ultra-radicals. Generally speaking, they are not by any means conservatives. The majority of them belong to the poorer and less educated classes. They take their political opinions from the radical weekly newspapers, they club together as sailors, cabmen, and labourers do, and take in their weekly paper, which they read and discuss all the week through. They quote their paper whenever they talk politics, and this they do frequently, for your London policeman is as zealous a dabbler in politics as any alehouse keeper in Swabia. Adam Smith founds his financial theories on the division of labour. The division of labour is also the firm basis of the efficiency of the English police. Since they have not to perform all the functions which weigh on the shoulders of their helmeted and sabred brethren on the Continent, since they need not devote their attention to political conversations and movements in the case of individuals or of communities, since they need not keep watch over and give an account of the movements and opinions of strangers and natives, and since they have nothing whatever to do with the secrets of families, the leaders of the daily papers, nor with the unsealing and sealing of post office letters, they are at liberty to devote all their energy and ingenuity to the efficient discharge of those functions which are properly assigned to them. It is not a fable nor a piece of English braggadocio when it is said that the thieves are more thoroughly hunted down in this immense city of London than they are in the smaller German capitals. A foreigner who studies the police reports of the great London journals will find there ample matter for admiration and reflection. We quote but one example, to show the manner in which the various parts of the police machine work together. The anecdote may possibly contain some useful hints for the guardians of constitutional towns. A printer sends one of his men to the stationer to take in stock for the printing office. It was late on a Saturday afternoon, and the manufacturer promised to have the paper in readiness early on Monday. The man to whom the message was entrusted and who brought back the answer was, for some reason or other, dismissed in the course of that very evening. On the Monday another messenger was sent for the paper. He came back without it. The paper had been taken away a few hours before he arrived at the stationer's. No paper, however, had come to the printing office. The greatest embarrassment prevailed. A couple of hours passed, and yet the paper does not arrive. Suspicion is at length directed to the man who had been discharged. Inquiries are made at the stationer's, and the description of the person who came for the paper corresponds with the appearance of the suspected person. Upon this the printer proceeds to the police station to report the case. What with waiting and sending about, the better part of the day was gone. Mr. M. then makes his appearance in the inspector's office and proceeds to state his case. But scarcely has he given his name when the inspector puts a stop to all further explanations. "You have been robbed, Mr. M. We know all about it. The thief is in custody, and the goods must by this time have been delivered at your office. 1 ream of number 2 and 2 reams of number 5 are wanting, but we know where to find them. They shall be sent to you to-morrow. Good-bye, sir." Mr. M., who, like every Englishman of the same stamp, is in no wise to be surprised with anything that may happen between heaven and earth, is nevertheless inclined to think this a strange case, a very strange one indeed. He pushes his hat back, strikes his umbrella on the floor, and turning on his heel, he makes the best of his way home, where he finds all right, while all the devils are frantic with joy that the paper has been recovered, and that Toby, who carried matters with such a high hand, is after all nothing but a thief, and sure to be transported. The state of the case was simply this. The man, assisted by a friend, had called for the paper, put it into a cart, and gone off. The worthy pair sold a small quantity in a place where they had, on similar occasions, done a stroke of business, and after this little matter had been settled to their entire satisfaction, they drove off to a public-house at the distance of about 5 miles from the scene of their crime. This public-house was situated in a very quiet street. The cart and horse were left at the door, while the 2 associates, snugly ensconced in the parlour, commenced enjoying the fruits of their robbery. They had not been there very long before the policeman on duty became struck with the cart and its freight of paper. He had been on that beat for many months past, and knew that no printer, bookbinder, or stationer lived in the street. The horse and cart were strangers to him. So were the 2 men whom he saw in the parlour as he passed the window. The whole thing had an ugly appearance. He meets with one of the detectives and communicates his suspicions to that sagacious individual. The 2 fellows, utterly unconscious of the watch set on the movements, produce more money than they could have earned in the course of a week. They are taken into custody and brought up before the magistrate. They cannot account for the possession of the paper, and make a confession in full. The policeman, however, must have been very sure of his case when he arrested them, for in doing so he incurred a heavy responsibility. If his suspicion had turned out to be unfounded, he would have been mulcted in a heavy fine, and possibly he might have lost his place. Now let us change the venue, and suppose this affair had happened in Paris, Vienna, or Berlin. Not only have the police of those capitals duties of greater importance than the mere catching of a couple of wretched thieves, but it is also altogether absurd to believe that a policeman, or Sicherheitsmann, should pay any attention to the fact of a cart and horse being stationed at the door of a pothouse. Such a thing is utterly impossible. The policemen of Vienna and Berlin change their beats as soldiers do their posts. Possibly they know the street and the outsides of the houses. They may also have some slight knowledge of the most disreputable dens, and of those who habitually frequent them, and in some instances they are au courant of the politics of a few honest tradesmen or citizens who are too harmless to make a secret of such matters. The London policeman, on the other hand, knows every nook and corner, every house, man, woman, and child on his beat. He knows their occupations, habits, and circumstances. This knowledge he derives from his constantly being employed in the same quarter and the same street, and surely a mind on duty bent may take great liberties with the conventional moralities, that platonic and friendly intercourse which he carries on with the female servants of the establishments which it is his vocation to protect. An English maidservant is a pleasant girl to chat with, when, half shrouded by the mystic fog of the evening, and with her smart little cap coquettishly placed on her head, she issues from the sally-port of the kitchen and advances stealthily to the row of palisades which protect the house. And the handsome policeman, too, with his blue coat and clean white gloves, is held in high regard and esteem by the cooks and housemaids of England. His position on his beat is analogous to that of a porter of a very large house. It is a point of honour with him that nothing shall escape his observation. This police honour constitutes the essential difference between the English and the continental police. Even the most liberal of politicians, not a visionary, must admit that it is impossible for a large town, and still more impossible for a large state, to exist without a well-organized protective force. It matters little whether the force which insures the citizens against theft and robbery, as other associations insure them against fire and hailstorms, is kept up and directed by the state, or whether it is maintained by private associations, as has been proposed. It is enough to refer to the fact that philanthropists of the Cobden and Burritt stamp have found reasons as plenty as blackberries against standing armies of soldiers, but they have never yet dared to deny the necessity of a standing army of policemen. The police, whenever and wherever it answers its original purpose, is a most beneficent institution. Its unpopularity in all the states of the continent is chargeable, not to the principles of the institution, but to their perversion. It is the perversion of the protective force into an instrument of oppression and aggression, which the German hates at home. But he has no aversion to the police as such. Even the maddest of the democratic refugees confess to great love and admiration for the police in England. A man may like his cigar without entertaining a preposterous passion for nicotine. The policeman, no matter whether in a uniform or in plain clothes, is a soldier of peace, a sentinel on a neutral post, and as such he is as much entitled to respect as the soldier who takes the field against a foreign invader. This is the case in England. The policeman is always ready to give his assistance and friendly advice. The citizen is never brought into an embarrassing and disagreeable contact with the police, and the natural consequence of this state of things is that the most friendly feelings exist between the policeman and the honest part of the population. Whenever the police have to interfere and want assistance, the inhabitants are ready to support them, for they know that the police never act without good reasons. The detective police, who act in secret, do not stand on such an intimate footing with the public as the preventive part of the force, but whenever they are in want of immediate assistance for the arrest of an offender, the detective has but to proclaim his functions, and no man, not even the greatest man in the land, would refuse to lend him assistance. In Germany and in France no one will associate with an agent of the secret police, a mouchard, or by whatever other name those persons may be called. Every one has an instinctive aversion to coming in contact with this species of animal, for they are traitorous, venomous, and bloodthirsty; and that such is the case is another proof of the vast superiority of the British institutions over those of the Continent. That London has not in the fulness of time come to be a vast den of thieves and murderers is mainly due to the action of the detective force. Here, where the worst men of the European and American continents congregate, the functions of a detective are not only laborious but also dangerous. The semi-romantic ferocity of an Italian bandit is sheer good nature if compared to the savage hardness and villainy of a London burglar. The bandit plies his lawless trade in the merry greenwood and mossy dell. He confesses to his priest and receives absolution for any peccadilloes in the way of stabbing he may have happened to commit. On moonlit nights his head rests on the knees of the girl that loves him in spite of his cruel trade. He is not altogether lost to the gentler feelings of humanity, and in a great measure he wants the confounding, hardening consciousness of having, by his actions, disgraced himself and his species. But the London robber, like a venomous reptile, has his home in dark holes underground, in hidden back rooms of dirty houses, and on the gloomy banks of the Thames. He breaks into the houses as a wolf into a sheepfold, and kills those who resist him, and in many instances even those who offer no resistance. There is no sun or forest green for him, no priest gives him absolution, the female that herds with him is in most cases even more ferocious and abandoned than himself, and if he be father to a child, he casts it at an early age into the muddy whirlpool of the town, there to beg, to steal, and to perish. The streets which skirt the banks of the Thames are most horrible. There the policeman does not saunter along on his beat with that easy and comfortable air which distinguishes him in the western parts of the town. Indeed, in many instances they walk by twos and twos, with dirks under their coats, and rattles to call in the aid of their comrades. Many policemen and detectives who, hunting on the track of some crime, have ventured into these dens of infamy, have disappeared, and no trace has been left of them. They fell as victims to the vengeance of some desperate criminal, whom perhaps on a former occasion they had brought to justice; and it would almost appear to be part of the haute politique of the London robbers that some policeman must be killed from time to time as a warning to his comrades. The Guild of Assassins, too, have their theory of terrorism. Another remarkable fact is that the London policemen, though their duty brings them constantly in contact with the very scum of the earth, contract none of their habits of rudeness, which appear to be an essential portion of the stock in trade of the continental police. One should say that the force in England is recruited from a most meritorious class of society, one in which patience, gentleness, and politeness are hereditary. Look there! A fine strapping fellow crossing the street with a child in his arms. The girl is trembling as an aspen leaf, for she was just on the point of getting under a wheel. That fine fellow has taken her up, and now you see he crosses again and fetches the little girl's mother, who stands bewildered with the danger, and whom he conducts in safety to the opposite pavement. Who and what is that man? His dress is decent and citizen-like, and yet peculiar. It differs from the dress of ordinary men: coat and trousers of blue cloth, a number and a letter embroidered on his collar, a striped band and buckle on his arm, a hat with oilskin top, and white gloves, rather a rarity in the dirty atmosphere of London. That man is a policeman, a well got up and improved edition of our own German Polizeidiener, those scarecrows with sticks, sabres, and other military accoutrements, standing at the street corners of German capitals, and spoiling the temper of honest men as well as of thieves. It is, however, a mistake to believe, as some persons on the Continent actually do, that the London police are altogether unarmed and at the mercy of every drunkard. Not only have they, in many instances and quarters, a dirk hidden under their greatcoats, but they have also, at all times, a short club-like staff in their pockets. This staff is produced on solemn occasions, for instance, on the occasion of public processions, when every policeman holds his staff in his hand. The staves have of late years been manufactured of gutta percha, and made from this material they are lighter and more durable than wooden staves. In the name of all that is smashing, what a rich, full sound does not such a gutta percha club produce when in quick succession it comes down on a human shoulder? The sound is frequently heard by those who, on Saturday or Monday night, perambulate the poorer or more dissolute quarters of the town, when all respect for the constable's staff has been drowned in a deluge of gin. Matters on such occasions proceed frequently to the extremity of a duel. The policeman, like any civilian, fights for his skin. He gets a drubbing and returns it with interest. But since his weapon does not give him so manifest an advantage as a sword would, the public consider the fracas a fair fight. And after all, the combatants must appear before a magistrate. In the police court they are on equal terms, and witnesses are heard on either side. There is no prejudice in favour of the policeman. But stop! Look at the crowd in the street. 2 policemen are busy with a poor ragged creature of a woman whom they carry to a doorway. An accident, perhaps? Nothing of the kind. The woman is drunk, and fell down in the road. The policemen are taking her to a station where she may sleep till she is sober. But it was a strange spectacle to see those 2 men in smart blue coats and white gloves rescuing the ragged woman from the mire of the street. Let us go on. At Temple Bar there is a Gordian knot of vehicles of every description. 3 drays are jammed into one another. One of the horses has slipped and fallen. The traffic is stopped for a few minutes, and this is a matter of importance at Temple Bar. Just look down Fleet Street. The stoppage extends to Ludgate Hill. But half a dozen policemen appear as if by enchantment. One of them ranges the vehicles that proceed to the city in a line on the left side of the road. A second lends a hand in unravelling the knot of horses. A third takes his position in the next street and stops the carriages and cabs which, if allowed to proceed, would but contribute their quota to the confusion. 2 policemen are busy with a horse which lies kicking in the road. They unhook chains and unbuckle straps, get the horse on its legs, and assist the driver in putting him to rights again. They have got dirty all over, and they must, moreover, submit to hear from Mr. Evans, who stands on the pavement dignified with a broad-brimmed Quaker hat, that they are awkward fellows and know nothing whatever about the treatment of horses. In another minute the whole street traffic is in full force. The crowd vanishes as quickly and silently as it came. The 2 policemen betake themselves to the next stop, where the apprentice is called upon to brush their clothes. The Continental policeman is the torment of the stranger. The London policeman is the stranger's friend. If you are in search of an acquaintance and only know the street where he lives, apply to the policeman on duty in that street, and he will show you the house, or at least assist you in your search. If you lose your way, turn to the first policeman you meet. He will take charge of you and direct you. If you would ride in an omnibus without being familiar with the goings and comings of these 4-wheeled planets, speak to a policeman, and he will keep you by his side until the bus you want comes within hailing distance. If you should happen to have an amicable dispute with a cabman, and what stranger can escape that infliction, you may confidently appeal to the arbitration of a policeman. If, in the course of your peregrinations, you come to a steamboat wharf, or a railway station, or a theatre, or some public institution, and if you are at a loss how to proceed, pray pour your sorrows into the sympathetic ear of the policeman. He will direct yourself and baggage. In a theatre he will assist you in the purchase of a ticket, or at least tell you where to apply and how to proceed. The London policeman is almost always kind and serviceable. At night, indeed, as some say, he is rather more rough-spoken than in the daytime, and when you meet and address him in some solitary street, he is reserved and treats you with something akin to suspicion. Whether or not this remark applies to the force generally, we will not undertake to decide, but it is quite natural that they should not be altogether at their ease in solitary or disreputable quarters, and that their temper gets soured thereby. A glass of brandy now and then may also contribute to produce the above effect. But the English climate is damp, the fog makes its home in the folds of the constable's greatcoat, the rain runs from the oilskin cape which stands the policeman in the stead of an umbrella, the wind is cold and bleak, and we leave the policeman on his beat with the stranger's thanks and the stranger's gratitude. Chapter 6. Part I, Chapter 6 of Saunterings in and About London by Max Schlesinger. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Newgate and its Neighbourhood. Rivers underground, division of labour, executions, the people's festivals, predilection for criminal cases, statistics of Newgate, Paternoster Row, Smithfield, self-government, its bright and dark sides. London has, besides the Thames, a great many smaller rivers, the majority of which have for many years past been appropriated by the Commissioners of Sewers and the antiquarians. In the olden days men went out of the way of rivers. In our own time the rivers are compelled to give way to mankind. They are vaulted and bridged over, and houses have been built on the vaults, or streets have been constructed over them. And the grocer in the corner shop yonder has not the least suspicion of his house standing on a river, and he never thinks of the lamentable condition of his goods in case the vault were to give way under him. One of these rivers was the Fleet River. After it the street is named, even at the present day. The site of its bed is still marked by a broad valley street with considerable hills, all built over on either side. The hills are so steep that heavy drays and omnibuses cannot come down without locking. This operation, though insignificant, furnishes an opportune illustration of the extent to which the principle of the division of labour has been carried in London. Just look at that lumbering omnibus, thundering along at a sharp trot. It has reached the brink when the horses are stopped for a second, and at that very moment a fellow makes a rush at the omnibus, bending his body almost under the wheels, and moving forward with the vehicle, which still proceeds, he unhooks the drag and puts it to one of the hind wheels. This done, he calls out, "All right!" The horses, sagacious creatures, understand the meaning of that sentence as well as the driver. They fall again into a sharp trot down the hill. At the bottom there is another human creature making a neck-or-nothing rush at the wheels, taking the drag off and hooking it on again. All right! The horses stamp the pavement to the flying about of sparks, the driver makes a noise which is half a whistle and half a hiss, and the omnibus rushes up the opposite bank of the quondam Fleet River. "Time is money" is an English proverb, and one whose validity is so strongly acknowledged that in many instances money is freely spent in order to effect a saving of time. These two men save the omnibuses exactly 1 minute in each tour down Holborn Hill, for 1 minute each of them would lose if they were to stop to put on the drag. But 1 minute's loss to the many thousands who daily pass this way represents a considerable capital of time. If the two men are remunerated at the rate of only 1 halfpenny per omnibus, their incomes will be found to be larger than the salary of many a public functionary in Germany. This, then, is another specimen of industry and economy peculiar to London streets. But let us say that it is possible only by means of the enormous traffic which crowds the streets of London. We have, meanwhile, walked down the steep descent. We have crossed the hidden stream, walked up the hill on the other side, and now we stand on a broad plateau, where two large streets cross at right angles. This conformation produces a considerable amount of space between the pavements, a sort of irregular open square, and one which from time to time presents a melancholy spectacle. One of the street corners is taken up by the old Newgate prison, and the open place in front serves for the execution of felons who have been sentenced to death at the sessions, and who, in the first instance, had been committed to Newgate. It is a shocking custom, though it springs from the humane desire to shorten the agony which the criminal must suffer on his road from the prison to the scaffold. "Our popular festivals," said a lady who had been emancipated by a lengthened residence on the Continent, "you wish to know where the people's merrymakings are held? Go to Newgate on a hanging day, or to Horsemonger Lane, or to any other open space in front of a prison. There you will find shouting and joking and junketing from early dawn until the hangman has made his appearance and performed his office. The windows are let out, stands are erected, eating and drinking booths surround the scaffold, there is an enormous consumption of beer and brandy. They come on foot, on horseback, and in carriages, from a distance of many miles, to see a spectacle which is a disgrace to humanity. And foremost are the women, my countrywomen, not only the females of low degree, but also ladies, by birth and education. It is a shame, but nevertheless it is true, and our newspapers are afterwards compelled to chronicle the last death struggles of the wretched criminal. There is no exaggeration in this. A criminal process, robbery and murder, a case of poisoning, these suffice to keep the families of England in breathless suspense for weeks at a time. The daily and weekly papers cannot find space enough for all the details of the inquest, the proceedings of the police, the trial, and the execution; and woe to the paper that dared to curtail these interesting reports. It would at once lose its supporters. Rather let such a paper take no notice of an insurrection in Germany; but neglect a criminal trial, a scene on the scaffold? Never! Let us look into that room. The father of the family, his wife, the old grandmother with her hands demurely folded, and the daughter and little children are all crowded round the table. The father reads the newspaper, the family listens to him. The tea is getting cold, the fire is going out, the curtains are still undrawn, and the blinds are up. The very passengers in the street (oh, tell it not in Gath!) can see what is going on in the parlour. But the listeners pay no attention to all this, for the paper contains a full report of the trial of Mrs. Manning, or some other popular she-assassin. Did she do the deed? Is she innocent? Did she make a confession? And what about her husband? And how was it done, and when, and where? It is truly marvellous, these good, gentle people who would not willingly hurt or pain any living creature, actually warm to the scenes of horror reported in that paper. It is altogether incomprehensible how and to what extent this passion for the horrible has seized hold of the hearts of English men and women. They languish after strong emotions, they yearn for something which will make their flesh creep. A similar phenomenon may occasionally be observed on the other side of the Channel, but there it forms the exception, while here it is the rule. And on the Continent, too, we find this horror-mongering only in the provinces, where people, wearied with the monotony of their long winter evenings, hunger and thirst after anything like a public scandal or spectacle. But we do not find this sort of thing in large towns, where people have a variety of objects and incidents to attract their attention. But the English on the Continent make long journeys to be present at an execution. Their passion accompanies them even across the Channel. Surely we do not envy their feelings in this respect. Newgate is a gloomy-looking, ancient building. It is the beau ideal of prison architecture, with hardly any windows, with here and there an empty niche or some dilapidated carvings. All besides is gloomy, stony, and cold. Newgate has gone down in the world. In its early years it was devoted to the reception of persons of high rank. It has since submitted to the principle of legal equality, and rich and poor, high and low, pass through its gates to freedom or the scaffold. About 3,000 prisoners are annually confined within its walls. The prison can accommodate 500 at a time, and this number is usually found there immediately before the commencement of the sessions. But the sessions of the Central Criminal Court once over, Newgate is almost empty, for some of its inmates have been discharged from custody, while the majority of them have received their sentence and taken their departure for sundry houses of detention and correction. The prisoners in Newgate are at liberty to communicate with one another. They are not compelled to work. We pass through Newgate Street and turn to the right into Paternoster Row, a narrow street, from times immemorial the manufactory of learning, where the publishing trade is carried on in dingy houses, and where it runs its anarchical career without the benefit of a censor. From times immemorial. That is a hasty expression. There was a time when Paternoster Row harboured the grocery trade of the city, while the upper stories were taken by marchands de mode, and visited by all the beauty and elegance of old London. But gaiety had to give way to religion, and the marchands de mode, taking flight to more modern streets, were followed by the rosary girls under Henry VIII. Luther's translation of the Bible was publicly burnt in this neighbourhood, and soon after warrants were issued against those who had burnt it. So varied have been the applications of this narrow, dusky lane, in which to this day the traveller may read an inscription on a stone tablet announcing that Paternoster Row is the highest point of ancient London. In our own days this street is to London what Leipzig is to Germany. The departments of the publishing trade are, however, kept more strictly separate. The publishers of Bibles, who send forth the Scriptures in volumes of all sizes, from the smallest to the largest, and who do business in all the civilized and barbarous languages on the face of the earth, exclude all vain and secular literature, such as tales, novels, plays, poems, and works of history; while the publishers of such like works in their turn generally fight shy of tourists and travellers whose works belong to departments of another class of publishing firms. Juvenile books form a very important department of the publishing trade, and this department, like the infant schools, is entirely devoted to the instruction and amusement of the rising generation. So strenuous are the exertions of those publishers to entice the babies and infants of England into the treacherous corners of the ABC and of the higher sciences, that their solicitude in this respect appears almost touching to those who fancy that all this trouble is taken and all this ingenuity expended purely and simply for the interest of philanthropy and of good, sound education. We ought not to stop too long in Paternoster Row. Our presence is required elsewhere; but still we must, for the benefit of German mothers and publishers, state the fact that, of late years, the publishers of Paternoster Row have hit upon the plan of printing the rudiments of all human science on strong white canvas. English children, in the dawn of their young existence, are as essentially practical as German children. They have an instinctive aversion to all printed matter. The ABC is to them the first fruit from the tree of knowledge, the key to the mysteries and woes of life. Therefore do the children of England detest the primers. They soil them, tear them, roll the leaves, in short, treat them with as much scorn and contumely as though the annihilation of a single copy would lead to the extinction of the whole species. The practical spirit of English speculation meets this prejudice on its own ground. The primers, or ABC books, as they are called in Germany, are printed on canvas, and each leaf is moreover hemmed, for all the world like a respectable domestic pocket handkerchief. For children are sagacious, and but for the hemming the rudiments of science would, under their hands, be converted into lint. As it is, even the most obstreperous of little boys is powerless in the presence of such a canvas book; and supposing he be uncommonly obstinate, and that after great exertion he succeeds in running his finger through one of the leaves, even then he is foiled, for his mother darns it as she would an old stocking, and the monster book appears again as clean and immaculate as a diplomatic note; and the upshot of the affair is that poor little boy must go without the usual allowance of Sunday pudding. London is the greatest market for books in the world. Not only does it supply England, but also Asia, Africa, Australia, and those island colonies of the great ocean in which English daring and English enterprise have established the Anglo-Saxon race, and with it the English language. About 15,000 persons are employed in the printing, binding, and in the sale of books. Their mechanical aids and machinery have been brought to an astounding height of perfection, and an edition of 1,000 copies in octavo requires but 10 or 12 hours for the binding. But when you consider those bony, broad-shouldered, firm-looking Englishmen, you understand at once that such men could not live on literature alone. Paternoster Row, the centre of the book trade, carries on its existence in modest retirement amidst a conglomeration of large and small streets, but to the north there is the provoking, broad, impertinent extent of Old Smithfield, the notorious cattle market of London, the greatest cattle market in the world, the dirtiest of all the dirty spots which disgrace the fair face of the capital of England. This immense open space, or more properly speaking, this immense conglomeration of a great many small open spaces, with its broad open street market, is covered all over with wooden compartments and pens, such as are usual on the sheep farms of the Continent. Each of these pens is large enough to accommodate a moderate sized statue. Each of them must, on Mondays and Fridays, accommodate an ox and a certain number of cattle, pigs, or sheep. If by a miracle all these wretched animals were converted into marble or bronze, surely after thousands of years the nations of the earth would journey to Smithfield to study the character of this our time in that vast field of monuments. But since such a poetical transformation has not taken place, the appearance of that quarter of the town is curious but not agreeable. Surrounded by dirty streets, lanes, courts, and alleys, the haunts of poverty and crime, Smithfield is infested not only with fierce and savage cattle, but also with the still fiercer and more savage tribes of drivers and butchers. On market days the passengers are in danger of being run over, trampled down, or tossed up by the drivers or beasts. At night rapine and murder prowl in the lanes and alleys in the vicinity, and the police have more trouble with this part of town than with the whole of Brompton, Kensington, and Bayswater. The crowding of cattle in the centre of the town is an inexhaustible source of accidents. Men are run down, women are tossed, children are trampled to death. But these men, women, and children belong to the lower classes. Persons of rank or wealth do not generally come to Smithfield early in the morning, if indeed they ever come there at all. The child is buried on the following Sunday, when its parents are free from work. The man is taken to the apothecary's shop close by, where the needful is done to his wound. The woman applies to some female quack for a plaister, and if she is in good luck she gets another plaister in the shape of a glass of gin from the owner of the cattle. The press takes notice of the accidents, people read the paragraph and are shocked, and the whole affair is forgotten even before the next market day. For years Smithfield has been denounced by the press and in Parliament. The Tories came in and went out, so did the Whigs, but neither of the two great political parties could be induced to set their faces against the nuisance. The autonomy of the city, moreover, deprecated anything like government intervention, for Smithfield is a rich source of revenue. The market dues, the public house rents, and the traffic generally, represent a heavy sum. In the last year only, the Lords and Commons of England have pronounced the doom of Smithfield. The cattle market is to be abolished. But when? That is the question, for its protectors are sure to come forward with claims of indemnity, and other means of temporization; and the choice of a fitting locality on the outskirts of the town will most likely take some years. For we ought not to forget that in England everything moves slowly, with the exception of machinery and steam. Smithfield and its history are instances of the many dark sides of self-government. For self-government has its dark sides, commendable though it be as the basis of free institutions. It is to the self-government of every community, of every parish, and of every association, that England is indebted for her justly envied industrial, political, and commercial greatness. But self-government is the cause of many great and useful undertakings proceeding but slowly, and, in many instances, succumbing to the assaults of hostile and vested interests. The government, indeed, attempts to combat all nuisances by mooting and fostering a variety of agitations. In Germany it wants but a line from a minister to eradicate small evils or introduce signal improvements. In England the same matters must be dealt with in a tender and cautious manner. It takes a score or so of years of agitation until Parliament, yielding to public opinion, passes its vote for the improvement or against the nuisance. Great joy there would be in London if Smithfield, as Sodom of old, were consumed with fire. But the whole of London would have been urged to resistance if the government had presumed, on its own responsibility, to interfere with Smithfield. Is this prejudice or political wisdom? On which side is the greater good, and on which the worse evil? The present happy condition of England has long since answered the question in favour of self-government. If ever there was a question on this point, it has long been settled in the hearts and minds of all continental nations. If they were to act according to their inclinations, I am positive they would go and do so likewise. Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Street Life. The Post Office. London and the ocean, how you may attack the reputation of either, the metropolis en négligé, the post office, the modern letter writer, money orders, penny stamps, their use and abuse, John Bull and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, how Mr. Bull imposes upon that respectable functionary, what is a newspaper, the great hall of the post office at 6 p.m. "Did you ever see the ocean?" said I some time ago to a Vienna friend, as by accident we met in Cheapside. Not far from the spot where from Newgate Street the passenger turns off to the Bank, there is a crossing of some of the most crowded streets. We stood on the pavement waiting for an opportunity, or a stoppage among the vehicles, to make a rush to the opposite side. "Well," said I, "did you ever see the ocean?" "In a way," replied my countryman, producing a cigar, and in a moment a match-seller was by his side, offering his inflammable wares. "In a manner," repeated my countryman, as he lit his cigar. "Of course I did not come by land from St. Stephen's Place in old Vienna. I did cross a piece of salt water, as far as I can remember, but that confounded sea-sickness got hold of my stomach and made me blind to the marvels of the ocean. And between you and me, I can't say I was much taken with what I could see. I've read a deal about the sea, the wide and open sea and all its glories, but it's all humbug, that's what it is, or if you would rather, it's poetic fancy. Water, after all, is but water, and as for the sharks, you can't see 'em. There wasn't even such a thing as a storm. The lakes of Ischl are quite as green as the Channel, and perhaps a shade greener. And last year when I was on the Platten Lake, on my honour, I could not see to the opposite shore. Water, after all, is but water, and a few miles more or less make no difference that I can see. Besides, you only see a certain portion. That's my opinion. Oh, good and honest Viennese! I stopped my countryman, who was just taking a desperate leap into the road. No doubt he would have reached the opposite pavement in safety, but I stopped him, for I wanted a pretence for shaking hands with him. A Berlin man would never have deigned to declare that the ocean is a humbug, even though he had never gone beyond the bridge of the Spree or Havel River in Potsdam. Humbug has no existence for the real Berlin man, who has been reared in the superlative. And besides, how can a Berliner, with all his contempt for authority, ever plead guilty to considering an important phenomenon, one which has been established ever since the days of the great Elector, with less poesy than Henry Heine, and with less interest than Alexander von Humboldt? A Berliner would certainly have held forth on the absolute idea, or the relative nothing, or the subjective view of space, even though he never felt anything like the meaning of those hard words, and even if, within his secret heart, he had thought exactly as the Viennese did before he got seasick. There are things which a Berliner would rather die than say in public. But my readers are justly entitled to ask what could induce me to connect Cheapside with the first impression which a continental mind receives of the sea. The association of the two ideas is not by any means so absurd as some very sapient Germans may think. The first impressions which London makes on the stranger's mind are similar to his first impressions of the sea. They are not overwhelming. A town, after all, is but a town. That's what my Viennese friend would say. There are as fine houses in Vienna and Berlin, and some are more imposing. Brewers' drays, foot passengers, cabs, omnibuses, and policemen, we have them all. A town, after all, is but a town. A few miles more or less make no difference. You can't see it all at once. But it so happens that my countryman, thanks to the intervention of some friends, gets a place as engineer at Folkestone. Between ourselves, he is a refugee. But what German of our days is not a refugee, or likely to be one? The Germans are a nation of traitors just now, therefore no offence. Now my friend passes his leisure hours on the beach. He looks at the dark waters and the white spray and the waves which break at his feet. The waves come and go, and keep coming and going, alternately large and small, fast and slow. At one point they shoot smoothly over the yellow sand. At another they break with a thundering motion against the granite blocks of the jetty, flinging their spray over the stone parapet. And where my friend sits, the waves wash up shells and curious stones and strange seaweed, and withered leaves of submarine plants and shrubs. And the tides turn, coming in and going out, and the demon of the storm disports itself in the blackened air. The sea is dark and seething, and the fishing boats, with their masts creaking and groaning, hasten up and down the waves to the gates of the harbour. The water in the very harbour is moved to and fro in violent convulsions. Monster clouds, fringed with lightish grey, are driven landwards day and night, are confounded in the gloomy tints of the ocean, which groans and raves and engulfs its victims until its strength is exhausted. And the moon breaks through the clouds, preaching peace with her pallid, demure face, and the waves are converted by the sentimental saint, and again rush playfully along the sand of the beach. And again they wash shells and curious stones and strange seaweed and withered leaves of submarine plants to the feet of my friend, who, overwhelmed with the spectacle, sits staring on vacancy. But you are quite wet, and really you look very sentimental, my dear countryman from the banks of the Danube. Water, after all, is but water. I hope you haven't seen a shark. The lakes of Ischl are just as green as the sea, and perhaps a shade greener. A few miles more or less, what does it matter? A good deal of humbug about it, isn't there? You are malicious, Doctor. On my honour, very malicious. One ought to look at that pool for a year or so to know what it really is. Pilgrim from the land of passports, when you come to this giant town, in which traffic built its living dykes in every street, then do not, in the name of all that is candid, be ashamed to appear, for 3 days at least, as an unfeeling, callous creature. Make no secret of your thoughts. A few houses more or less cannot make an impression on a truly reasonable man. But, friend stranger, stand for an hour or two leaning against the iron gate of Bow Church, Cheapside, or take up your position on the steps of the Royal Exchange. Do, as my countryman does in lonely Folkestone, let the waves of the great city rush past you, now murmuringly, now thunderingly, now fast, now slow, as crowds press on crowds, and vehicles on vehicles, as the streams of traffic break against every street corner and spread through the arterial system of the lanes and alleys. As the knot of men, horses, and vehicles get entangled almost at every point where the large streets join and cross, to move and heave and spin round, and get disentangled again, and again entangled. After such a review only can you realize the idea of the greatness of London. It is said of a stranger who came to London for the first time and took his quarters in one of the most crowded city streets, that he remained standing at the door the whole of the first day of his London existence, because he waited until the crowd had gone. A man who would do that ought to rise and go to bed with the owl. It is this which, after a prolonged stay in London, so moves our admiration, that there is no stop, no rest, no pause in the street life throughout the busy day. In smaller towns, too, there are occasions or times when the streets are crowded in the extreme. The trottoirs of the parish boulevards are charming places, and on a beautiful evening they are as crowded, and even more so, than the pavements of the London streets. But the crowding on the Paris trottoirs lasts a few hours only, during the usual promenade time. London street life is not bound to time. It is not confined within the narrow limits of a few hours. Indeed, there is not a single hour in the 24 in which any one of the principal London streets can be said to be deserted. For when the denizens of the far west retire to rest, at that very hour does the street life dawn in the business quarters of the east. Early in the morning, before the chimneys of the houses and factories, of the railway engines and steamers, have had time to fill the air with smoke, London presents a peculiar spectacle. It looks clean. The houses have a pleasing appearance, the morning sun gilds the muddy pool of the Thames, the arches and pillars of the bridges look lighter and less awkward than in the daytime, and the public in the street, too, are very different from the passengers that crowd them at a later hour. Slowly and with a hollow, rumbling sound do the sweeping machines travel down the street in files of 2s and 3s, to take off every article of dust and offal. The market gardeners' carts and wagons come next. They proceed at a brisk trot to arrive in time for the early purchasers. After them the coal wagons and brewers' drays, which only at certain hours are permitted to unload in the principal streets of the city. At the same time, the light 2-wheeled carts of the butchers, fishmongers, and hotel keepers rattle along at a slapping pace, for their owners, sharp men of business, would be the first in the market to choose the best and purchase at a low price. Here and there a trap is opened in the pavement, and dirty men ascend from the regions below. They are workmen to whose care is committed the city underground, which they build, repair, and keep in good order. Damaged gas and water pipes, too, are being repaired, and the workmen make all possible haste to replace the paving stones and leave the road in a passable condition. For the sun mounts in the sky, and their time is up. They return to their lairs and go to sleep, just as the rest of the town awakens to the labours of the day. Besides these, there are a great many other classes whose avocations compel them to take to the street by break of day. At a very early hour they appear singly or in small knots, with long white clay pipes in their mouths. As the day advances, they come in troops, marching to their work in docks and warehouses. Ill-tempered looking, sleepy-faced barmen take down the shutters of the gin shops. Cabs, loaded with portmanteaus and bandboxes, hasten to deposit their occupants at the various railway stations. Horsemen gallop along, eager for an early country ride. From minute to minute there is an increase of life and activity. At length the shops, the windows and the doors of houses are opened. Omnibuses come in from the suburbs and land their living freight in the heart of the city. The pavements are crowded with busy people, and the road is literally crowded with vehicles of every description. It is day, and the hour is 10 a.m. Long before this, hundreds of high chimney towers have belched forth their volumes of thick black smoke, and that smoke obscures the horizon with long streaks of black smut, and mixes and becomes more dense as the millions of chimneys on the housetops contribute their quota until a dusky atmosphere is formed which intercepts the rays of the sun. Such is London by day. That is the enormous city with her deep grey robe of smoke and fog, which she spins afresh every morning, and silently unravels during the hours of the night, that she may, as Penelope of old, keep idlers and courtiers away from her gates. We are still at the point where Newgate Street opens into Cheapside. It would almost seem as if the whirlpool of human beings that turn about in that locality had made us giddy, for our thoughts take their wayward flight across the Thames, up to the clouds, and through the gully holes into the recesses of the city underground. We ought now to proceed on terra firma, and with this laudable resolution we turn to the left and stop in front of the Post Office at St. Martin's le Grand. The existing arrangements of the English Post Office and the penny postage, which in 1840 was introduced by Rowland Hill, have proved so excellent in their results that the majority of continental states have been induced to approximate their institutions to Mr. Hill's principle. Men of business and post office clerks are not yet satisfied. They desire a system of cheap international postage, and it is devoutly to be hoped that those pious wishes will, in the end, be gratified. But the majority of the continental governments hesitate before they commit themselves to an experiment which, in the most favourable case, only promises a future increase of revenue, while in every case it is certain to entail losses on the present. In England, however, the experiment has been made, and the system works well and pays; and the arrangements of the Post Office have been brought to a degree of perfection unknown even to the wildest dreams of the boldest political economist of the last century. With the general penny postage for England, Scotland, Ireland, and the Channel Islands, with a regular, rapid, and frequent transmission of the mails from and to the provinces, there is, moreover, an admirable system adopted for the distribution of letters throughout the metropolis. London is divided into two postal districts. One of them embraces the area within 3 miles from the chief office at St. Martin's le Grand. The second district includes those parts of the town which lie beyond the 3 miles circle. The postage, of course, is the same for either district, but the difference lies in the number of deliveries. In the inner circle there are not less than 10 deliveries a day. The construction of the houses contributes much to the efficiency of the system. The postman's functions are here much easier than those of his continental colleague. He is not required to go up and down stairs. He gives his double knock, and as the majority of letters are inland letters, and as such prepaid, no time is lost with paying and giving change. The frequency of letter boxes at the house doors tends still more to simplify the proceeding. At the time of the Great Exhibition, these letter boxes gave occasion to many a comical mistake. Many of our continental friends entrusted their correspondence to the keeping of private boxes, under the erroneous presumption that every door slit with letters over it stood in some mysterious connection with the General Post Office. But when once properly understood, the practical advantages of these private letter boxes were so apparent that they moved all our stranger friends to the most joyful admiration. The system, however, is nothing without the prepayment of letters. Without the English style of buildings, and the English domestic arrangements, according to which each family inhabits its own house. The South German system of crowding many families into one large house, and dividing even flats into separate lodgings, places insuperable difficulties in the way of such arrangement, even if the Germans generally could be induced to prepay their letters. And the Paris fashion of delivering all the letters at the porter's lodge is disagreeable, even for those who are not engaged in treasonable correspondence, and who have no reason or desire to elude the vigilance of the police. After all, Rowland Hill's system of cheap postage is one of the best practical jokes that was ever perpetrated by an Englishman. This famous cheapness is nothing but a snare for the unwary, for the especial gratification of the Postmaster General and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. In no other country is there so much money expended on postage as in England. A letter is only 1 penny, and what is a penny? The infinitesimal fraction of that power which men call capital, that miraculous nothing out of which the world was made, and out of which some very odd fellows manage to make large fortunes, as it may be well and truly read in juvenile books of first-class morality. But what Londoner can condescend to establish his household arrangements on the decimal system, or on the theory of miracles? Consequently, he writes short letters to his cousins and nieces across the way, and to all his near and dear relations in Yorkshire and in the Shetland Islands. It is an incontestable fact that Englishmen spend more money in postage than the citizens of any other country. And how cleverly does the Post Office contrive to facilitate the means of correspondence! Besides the large branch offices, there are above 500 receiving houses in London, all of them established in small shops to induce you to enter; and that you may have no trouble in finding them, a small board with a hand and the words "Post Office" is affixed to the nearest lamp post, so that you need only look at the lamp posts to find the place for the reception of your letters. How simple and how practical! But there is more behind. Many a man thinks it is too great a tax upon his time and patience to put the penny stamp on the envelope. The Postmaster General steps in and saves him the trouble. He manufactures envelopes with the Queen's head printed on them, and he sells them a penny apiece, so that you have the envelope gratis. They are gummed, too, and do not want sealing. You have nothing to do but to write your letter, put it into the envelope, and post it at the receiving house over the way or round the corner. These are some of the sly tricks on which the Post Office thrives, so that, with its expenditure exceeding 1,000,000 sterling, it manages to hand over a large sum of surplus receipts to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Nor ought it to be supposed that, having attained so high a degree of perfection, the English postal administration reclines on its laurels. No, it strains every nerve to effect further improvements, and it has to deal with a public fully competent to understand its merits and disposed to value them. The greatest praise of a public institution is to be found, not in the eulogies of the press, but in the readiness of the public to avail themselves of the advantages that institution offers, and the improvement in facilities it effects. And the English do this readily and joyfully whenever their practical common sense becomes alive to the usefulness of the innovation. In this respect, and in many others, the English government is in a more favourable position than the continental governments. Its dealings are with a great and generous nation. Great ideas find a great public in England. That is the reason why the continental estimates of men and affairs appear so small compared to the one which the English are in the habit of applying. Particularly with respect to creating facilities to traffic, the government may venture on almost any experiment. The public support every scheme of the kind, and the public support makes it pay. Take, for instance, the system of money orders, which was introduced a few years back. Small sums under £5 are to be sent, and in spite of the enormous difficulties and expenses which the scheme had to encounter in its commencement, it is more firmly establishing from day to day. Its popularity is on the increase, and above £8,000,000 was in the year 1851 transmitted in this manner. Let us now see how the Post Office deals with books, pamphlets, and newspapers. Political papers which publish news, says the Act for that purpose made and provided, political journals, according to the continental mode of expression, pass from province to province free of postage, with only a small sum for transmission to the colonies, that is to say, to the Cape and the Antipodes. The penny stamp, which each copy of a political journal is required to have, franks it throughout the whole of Great Britain and Ireland, not once, but several times. A letter stamp is blackened over at the Post Office to prevent its being used again, but the newspaper stamp has nothing to fear from the postmaster's blacking apparatus. I read my copy of the Times in the morning, and am at liberty to send it to a friend, say to Greenwich. That friend sends the same copy to another friend, say at Glasgow, Edinburgh, or Dublin, and the same copy, after various peregrinations through country post offices and out-of-the-way villages, finds its way back to London, to the shop of a dealer in waste paper. No charge is made by the Post Office for these manifold transmissions, and thus it happens that friends conspire together to defraud the Post Office, and that information finds its way from one end of the kingdom to another without any advantage to the public purse. I will quote an example of a trick which is still popular with many English families. Suppose a husband and father has reason to expect an addition to his family circle. His friends and relations are desirous to be informed of the event as soon as it shall have come off, but letters, however short, take time to write, and after all it's a pity to pay so many pence for postage, and children, too, are very expensive creatures. The matter has been arranged beforehand. An old copy of the Times is sent, if the little stranger turns out a boy. If a girl, the father sends a copy of the Herald. The child is born, and the papers are posted. Letters of congratulation follow in due time. Her Majesty has gained another subject, but the Exchequer has lost a few pence. This method has not much political morality to recommend it, but it weighs very lightly on an Englishman's conscience, since the proceeding, after all, is not downright illegal. "The Chancellor of the Exchequer and I," says John Bull, "are on the best terms. He cheats me whenever he can. He makes me pay in every conceivable manner. He taxes my wine, my tea, the sunlight, my horse, my land, and my carriage. He is always at it, and he squeezes me as I would an orange. That's his right, and that's why he is Chancellor of the Exchequer. How else could he manage to pay the interest on the national debt, and the army and navy estimates, and all the sundries? We, the nation, are the state, and that's why we ought to pay. But in return, the right honourable gentleman must give us leave to cheat him whenever, as it will happen with the sharpest of financiers, his financial laws want a clause or two, and thus favour the operation. Horses above a certain size are taxed to such and such an extent, says he. Very well, say I, but I move heaven and earth to produce horses under that size, and avoid paying the tax. Carriages with wheels above 21 inches in diameter are taxed. Very well, I get a small carriage made, one which suits the size of my pony. Newspaper advertisements pay a duty of 18 pence. Well and good. I advertise the birth of my child by means of an old copy of the Times. That's fair dealing, which none can find fault with. The Chancellor of the Exchequer and I know what we are about. We are a couple of sly ones. John Bull, after all, pays for everything, but he fights for his money to the best of his abilities. Of course. Thus reasons the Englishman, whom the Germans love to consider as an adorer of the law. The difference between the English adoration and the German contempt of the law may be found in the fact that an Englishman takes a delight in outwitting the law if it can be done in a loyal and honest manner. The German believes he is justified in ignoring the law, since it was imposed upon him without his consent. In other words, the subject of an absolute government does not think the laws, except the laws of nature and morality, to be binding, because such laws were imposed by superior force. The citizen of a free country respects every law, because it presupposes an agreement to which he has either indirectly or directly assented. But let us return to the Post Office. Though the newspaper stamp franks the journals throughout England, still it has not been thought advisable to extend the privilege to the postal district within 3 miles from St. Martin's le Grand. All journals posted within that circle must have an additional penny stamp. My copy of the Times goes free to Dublin, but if I address it to a friend in the next street it pays the postage. But for this salutary regulation all the newsvendors would post their papers, and the Post Office would want the means of conveyance and delivery for the loads of printed matter which, in such a case, would find their way into the chief office. The advantages of the newspaper stamp are, however, large enough to induce its being solicited by papers that are not by law compelled to take it. Punch, for instance, is not considered a political paper. To find out the reason why is a task I leave to the principal Secretaries of State of Her Britannic Majesty. The whole of England is agreed on the point that there is much more sound policy in the old fellow's humped back than can be found in the heads of the Privy Council, and many an agitator in search of an ally would prefer Toby to the Iron Duke. Punch, then, consults his own convenience, and takes or refuses the stamp according to circumstances; and as Punch does, so do many other papers whom the law considers as unpolitical. We turn again to the General Post Office. It is a grand and majestic structure, with colossal columns in the pure Greek style, and with an air of classic antiquity derived from the London atmosphere of fog and smoke. It is easy to raise antique structures in London, for the rain and the coals assist the architect. Hence those imposing tents. How happy would the Berliners be if Messrs. Fox and Henderson, instead of constructing waterworks, could undertake to blacken the town and give it an antique, old established, instead of its parvenu and stuck-up appearance. They are sadly in want of London smoke, and of some other English institutions which I cannot, for the sake of my own safety, venture to specify. Those who are not awed by the architectural beauties of the London Post Office should enter and take a stroll down those roomy high walls, where on either side there are numbers of office windows and little tablets. How small are, in the presence of those tablets, all the ideas which Continentals form of a large central post office! They are so many signposts, and direct you to all the quarters of the world: to the East and West Indies, to Australia, China, the Canary Islands, the Cape, Canada, etc. Every part of the globe has its own letter box, and the stranger who about 6 o'clock p.m. enters these halls, or takes up his post of observation near the great City branch office in Lombard Street, would almost deem that all the nations of the world were rushing in through the gates, and as if this were the last day for the reception and transmission of letters. Breathless come the bankers' clerks, rushing in just before the closing hour. They open their parcels and drop their letters into the various compartments. There are messengers groaning under the weight of heavy sacks, which they empty into a vast gulf in the flooring. They come from the offices of the great journals, and the papers themselves are sorted by the Post Office clerks. Here and there among this crowd of business people you are struck with the half comfortable, half nervous bearing of a citizen. Just now an old gentleman with steel spectacles hurries by, casting an anxious look at the clock lest he be too late. Probably he wishes to post a paternal epistle to his son, who is on a fishing excursion in Switzerland, and the letter is important, for in it the son is adjured not by any means to discontinue wearing a flannel under jacket. Or an old lady has to post a letter to her granddaughter at school in the country about the apple pudding for which the granddaughter sent her the recipe. and what a capital pudding it was, and that the school must be a first-rate school, to be sure. And lo! just as the clock strikes, a fair-haired and chaste Englishwoman, with a thick blue veil, makes her way to one of the compartments and drops a letter. Thank goodness she is in time. Heaven knows how sorry the poor lad would have been if that letter had not reached him in due course. For an English lover, they say, is often in a hanging mood, especially in November, when the fogs are densest. Now the wooden doors are closed, the hall is empty as if by magic, and the tall columns throw their lengthened shadows on the stone flooring. This is the most arduous period of the day for the clerks within. All that heap of letters and newspapers which has accumulated in the course of the day is to be sorted, stamped, and packed in time for the various mail trains. Clerks, servants, sorters, and messengers hurry to and fro in the subterraneous passage between the two wings of the building. Clerks, suspended by ropes, mount up to the ceiling and take down the parcels which in the course of the day were deposited on high shelves, and the large red carts come rattling in, receive their load of bags, and rattle off to the various stations. The rooms are getting empty, the clerks have got through their work, the gas is put out, and silence and darkness reign supreme. Here and there only, in some little room, a clerk may be seen busy with accounts and long lists of places and figures. When he retires to rest, the work of the day has already commenced in the other offices. In this building business is going on at all hours of the day and night. The loss of a minute would be felt by thousands at a distance of thousands of miles. Hence does it happen that at no time is there a want of complaints about the post office clerks and postmasters, while the officials in their turn complain of the carelessness and negligence of the public. The public's grievances find their way into the journals in a letter to the editor. The sorrows of the post office clerks obtain a less amount of publicity, but they may be observed on the walls of the great hall, where daily there is a list of misdirected letters which have cost the postman a deal of trouble. Directions such as, "To Mr. Robinson in America," or "To Miss Henrietta Hobson, just by the church, in London." However rich some may think, these are not by any means rare, and such small mistakes, I dare say, will happen in other countries besides England, wherever there are simple-minded people who put their trust in Providence and the Royal Post Office. In Germany, where every man, woman, and child is registered by the police, the postman may, as a last resort, apply to that omniscient institution. But in England, where the Chief Commissioner of the Police is so abandoned as to be actually ignorant of the whereabouts of honest and decent citizens, the Post Office is deprived even of this last resource. The case would be pitiable in the extreme but for the comfortable reflection that in England the police do not interfere with the post. The convenience, on the other hand, is by far greater than the inconvenience on the other. Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Sunlight, Moonlight, Gaslight. The sun and the Londoners, mysteries of the fog, harvest moons, gas, how the climate works, flannels, English dinners and French theatricals, current phrases. Fashionable novelists, no matter whether their productions end with marriage or suicide, devote their first chapters to geographical and ethnographical accounts of the country or province in which they lay their plots. Scientific travellers devote the first pages of their heavy and immortal works to the respective telluria and astronomic peculiarities of the country they propose to describe. To my sincere regret, I have not, in my unsystematic wanderings through London, been able to follow so laudable an example, for it requires a long residence and a good deal of careful observation to understand the whims of the London celestial bodies, their goings and comings, and their influence on vegetable and animal life, on the strata of the atmosphere and of mankind. Since Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt, and Lola Montez into a Countess of Landsfeld, there has not, as far as I know, been any female being so much abused as the London sun. Footnote: the sun, die Sonne, is feminine in German. End note. But the reasons of such abuse are diametrically opposed. The two first named ladies were found fault with because they saw too much of the world, while the London sun is justly charged with a want of curiosity. It turns its back upon the wealthiest city in Christendom, and in the presence of the most splendid capital of Europe, it insists on remaining veiled in steam, fog, and smoke. The London sun, like unto German liberty, exists in the minds of the people who have faith in either, and believe that either might be bright, dazzling, and glorious, were it not for the intervention of a dark, ugly fog between the upper and nether regions. It happens just now that we have not seen the sun for the last 3 weeks. But for the aid of astronomy, which tells us that the sun is still in its old place, we might be tempted to believe that it had gone out of town for the long vacation, or that it had been adjourned by some continental constitutional government, or that it was being kept in a German capital, waiting for the birthday of the reigning prince, when it must come out in a blaze. For this, I understand, has been the sun's duty from time immemorial. A 3 weeks' absence of the sun would make a great stir in any other town. The Catholics would trace its cause to the infidelity of the age, the Protestants would demonstrate that the sun had been scared away by certain late acts of papal aggression, and the Jews would lament and ask, how is it possible the sun can shine when the bank raises its rate of discount? But the Londoners care as little for a month of chiaro obscuro as the Laplanders do. They are used to it. Twice in the course of the last week, for an essayist on astronomical matters ought to be conscientious, twice did the sun appear for a few minutes. It was late in the afternoon, and it looked out from the west, just above Regent's Park, where the largest menagerie in the world may be seen for 1 shilling, and on Mondays for 6d. All the animals, from the hippopotamus down to the beaver, left their huts, where they were at vespers, and stared at the sun and wished it good morning. It was a solemn moment. An impertinent monkey alone shaded his eyes with his hands, and asked the sun where it came from, and whether there was not some mistake somewhere. And the sun blushed and hid its face behind a big cloud. The monkey laughed and jeered, and the tigers roared, and the turtle doves said such conduct was shocking and altogether ungentlemanly. The owl alone was happy, and said it was, for it had been almost blind during the last 5 minutes, and that, as he said, was a thing it had not been used to in London. But whatever ill-natured remarks we and others may make on the London sun, they apply only to the winter months. May and September shame us into silence. In those months the sun in London is as lovely, genial, and, I must go through the length of a trope, sunny as elsewhere in Germany, with this difference only, that it is not so glowing, not so consistent. In the country, too, it comes out in full, broad, and traditional glory. Its favourite spots are in the south of England, Bristol, Bath, Hastings, and the Isle of Wight. In those favoured regions the mild breeze of summer blows even late in the year. The hedges and trees stand resplendent with the freshness of their foliage. The meadows are green and lovely to behold. The butterflies hover over the blossoms of the honeysuckle. The cedar from Lebanon grows there and thrives, and myrtles and fuchsias, hortensias and roses and passion flowers surround the charming villas on the seashore. Village churches are covered with ivy up to the very roof. Gigantic fern moves in the sea breeze, the birds sing in the branches of the wild laurel tree, cattle and sheep graze on the downs, and grown-up persons and children bathe in the open sea, while the German rivers are sending down their first shoals of ice, and dense fogs welter in the streets of London. Here is one of the vulgar errors and popular delusions of the Continent. People confound the climate of London with the climate of England. They talk of the Isles of Mist in the west of Europe. A very poetical idea that, but as untrue as poetical. Many parts of these islands are as clear and sunny as any of the inland countries of the Continent. The winter fogs of London are indeed awful. They surpass all imagining. He who never saw them can form no idea of what they are. He who knows how powerfully they affect the minds and tempers of men can understand the prevalence of that national disease, the spleen. In a fog the air is hardly fit for breathing. It is grey-yellow, of a deep orange, and even black. At the same time it is moist, thick, full of bad smells, and choking. The fog appears now and then, slowly, like a melodramatic ghost, and sometimes it sweeps over the town as the simoom over the desert. At times it is spread with equal density over the whole of that ocean of houses on other occasions. It meets with some invisible obstacle, and rolls itself into intensely dense masses, from which the passengers come forth in the manner of the student who came out of the cloud to astonish Dr. Faust. It is hardly necessary to mention that the fog is worst in those parts of the town which are near the Thames. When the sun has set in London, the curious in this respect will do well to consult the almanac, and when the weather is tolerably clear, the moon appears to govern the night. The moon is a more regular guest in London than the sun, and the example of these celestial bodies is followed by the great journals, the issue of the evening papers being much more regular than that of the morning papers. The London moon is, after all, not very different from the moon in Germany. It is quite as pale and romantic. It is the confidant of lovesick maidens and adventurous pickpockets. Traveller from the Continent, enjoy the London moon with method and reason. If Heaven favoured you by sending you into the street on a beautiful, splendid, transparent, moonlit night, in which the shades of Ossian and Mignon sit by the rivers or under the lime trees, while all the poetry you smuggled from your native land awakes in your heart, traveller, if such good fortune is yours, why, then, the best thing you can do is to go to the Italian opera, for the moonlit nights of this country are as treacherous as its politics. They seem all calm and peaceful, but they are rife with colds and ague. They are most beautiful, but also most dangerous. Every Englishman will tell you as much, and advise you to increase your stock of flannel in proportion to the beauty of the night. Most regular and reliable is a third medium for the lighting up of London, the gas. The sun and moon may be behind their time, but the gas is always at its post. And in winter it happens sometimes that it does service all day long. Its only drawback is that it cannot be had gratis, like the light from the sun, moon, and stars, but the same inconveniences attend the gas on the Continent, and after all it is cheaper in England than anywhere else. The Germans are mere tyros in the consumption of gas. The stairs of every decent London house have generally quite as much light as a German shop, and the London shops are more strongly lighted up than the German theatres. Butchers and such-like tradesmen, especially in the smaller streets, burn the gas from 1-inch tubes that John Bull, in purchasing his piece of mutton or beef, may see each vein, each sinew, and each lump of fat. The smaller streets and the markets are literally inundated with gaslight, especially on Saturday evenings. No city on the Continent offers such a sight. In the apothecary shops the light is placed at the back of gigantic glass bottles, filled with coloured liquid, so that from a distance you see it in the most magnificent colour. The arrangement is convenient for those who are in search of such a shop, and it gives the long and broad streets of London a strange and picturesque appearance. We have said so much of the climate that it is high time to add a few words about its results. What then are the effects of the London winters, of the gloomy foggy days, the cold rainy nights, and of the changeable English weather? The Continent knows those results partly from hearsay. They manifest themselves in the character, in the ways, the dress, and the social arrangement of the English. The British Isles rear a strong, healthy race of men and women, beyond any other country in Europe. The lower classes have muscles and sinews which enable them to rival their cattle in feats of strength. The women are stately and tall, the children full of rosy health. The middle classes live better, though on an average less luxuriously than the corresponding classes on the Continent. Their food is strong and nourishing. It is at once converted into flesh and blood. The British farmers are specimens of human mammoths, however grievously they may complain of their distress since the abolition of the duty on corn. The nobility and gentry pass a considerable part of the year at their country seats. They hunt, fish, and shoot, to the manifest advantage of their health. The very children, mounted on shaggy ponies, take long rides, and so do the women, who even now and then follow the hounds. They go out in yachts on the stormy Channel, and extend their excursion to the coasts of Italy and the West Indian Islands. But in despite of this mode of life, which is conducive to health, they pay their tribute to the moist atmosphere of their island, and they all, men, women, and children, submit to pass their lives in flannel wrappers. We want, says Sir John, to be independent of the changes of the weather, and we isolate our bodies by means of suitable articles of dress. We wear flannel, cottons, India rubber, and gutta percha. We drink cognac, port, stout. We eat strong meats with strong spices. We never pretend that the climate is to suit us. We suit ourselves to the climate. The Continentals act on a different principle, and say they like the result. We like the result of our own principle, and that's the reason why we stick to it. Flannels in summer and in winter, in Glasgow and in Jamaica. This is one of the 10 commandments which few Englishmen care to transgress. But their conservative tendencies, which cause them to cling to the habits in which they were reared, lead them into the absurdity of adhering to an English mode of life even when fate or trade have flung them to the furthermost corners of the earth. I understand that English drawing-rooms in Gibraltar are as carefully carpeted as the drawing-rooms of London and Edinburgh. The British drink their port and sherry under the torrid zone. Their porter and stout follow them to the foot of the Himalaya. And they do all of this, not because they cannot be comfortable without their old habits, but because they protest and devoutly believe that in all the various climates the English mode of living is most conducive to health. The proper cultivation of the body is a matter of great importance in England. A French labourer is happy with the most frugal dinner if in the evening he can but afford to take a place and laugh or weep at a vaudeville theatre. The Englishman wants meat, good meat, and plenty of it. The lower classes care little or nothing for the feast of the soul. John Bull laughs at the starvelings, the French frog-eaters. He has no idea that the French ouvrier is, after all, a more civilized creature than he is, exactly because to the Frenchman his Sunday dinner is not, as is the case with the lower classes of the English, the most important part of Sunday. These material tendencies are, of course, fostered by education and society. Originally they result from the climate. The frugality of the Paris ouvrier could not, for any length of time, resist the stomach-inspiriting effect of a fresh sea breeze. "A beautiful morning, sir." "A splendid day, sir." Such like phrases are stereotyped formulas for the proper commencement of an acquaintanceship. The English are so accustomed to these meteorological remarks, and these remarks appear so important, because everybody and everything here depends upon the weather, that they rarely, if ever, neglect making them. "Very pleasant weather, sir?" or "Very wet to-day," mutters the cabman as he shuts the door upon you. The same remarks greet you from the lips of the omnibus driver as you take your seat at his side, or from those of the shopwoman as a preliminary to that awful "Any other article, sir?" And the words are always pronounced in that grave, monotonous business tone which is peculiar to the English, even in treating of the most important subjects. It may be sunshine or rain, the tone is always the same; and it has been surmised that the English residents on the Continent are such egregious bores and bears only because the greater constancy of the weather deprives them of those magic formulas without which they cannot open their minds. How, indeed, is it possible to make the acquaintance of any one unless there is rain, storm, fog, and sunshine at least twice in the course of the 24 hours? Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of Saunterings in and about London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The City Capital. The Lord Mayor's Retreat, the 9th of November, City Processions, the Times and the City, the Stock Exchange, a Piece of Self-Government, Lloyd's, Return to Sir John, and some of the opinions of that worthy. Our road to-day lies to the east. Seated on the roof of an omnibus, we ride down the Strand, through Temple Bar and Fleet Street, and past St. Paul's. The road and the pavements are crowded in the extreme. The din is deafening, but the shrill voices of the costermongers in the side streets are heard even above the thunders of the city. We stop for one moment at the foot of Ludgate Hill, and we look back. We see part of Fleet Street, and as far as our eyes can reach, there is nothing but a dark, confused, quickly moving mass of men, horses, and vehicles. Not a yard of the pavement is to be seen. Nothing but heads along the rows of houses, and in the road, too, an ocean of heads, the property of gentlemen on the roofs of omnibuses, which crowd the city more than any other part of town. These are the streets whose excess of traffic makes the strongest impression upon the stranger, and this part of London is, moreover, specially dear to the historian. We, too, propose to take our time with it, and to walk through it leisurely. But to-day we are bound farther eastward. We shall leave the omnibus at the further end of Cheapside. In the heart of the city, less than half a mile from the Thames and London Bridge, various streets meeting form an irregular open space. This irregular space is one of the most remarkable spots in London. For no other place, except that of Westminster, can vie with this in the importance of its buildings and the crowding of its streets, though many may surpass it in extent, beauty, and architectural regularity. It is the Capitoline Forum of British Rome. It holds its temples, the Mansion House, the Exchange, and the Bank. In the centre, the equestrian statue of the saviour of the capital, the Duke of Wellington. All around are islands of pavements, as in other parts of the town, for the foot passengers to retire to from the maelstrom of vehicles. At our right, just as we come out of Cheapside, is a house supported by columns and surrounded with strong massive railings. 2 flights of stone steps lead to the upper story. Massive stone pillars, surrounded by gas lamps, stand in a row in front of it. But neither the gas nor the clearest noonday sun suffices to bring out the allegorical carvings which ornament the roof. This is the Mansion House, the official residence of the Lord Mayor, who here holds his court as if his was one of the crowned heads. Here he lives. Here are the halls in which the most luxurious dinners of modern times are given. Here are his offices and courts of justice, according to the ancient rights and privileges of the City of London. Every year the Lord Mayor elect enters upon the functions of his office on the 9th of November. The city crowns its king with medieval ceremonies. The shops are shut at an early hour, and many do not open at all. For masters and servants must see the show. For many hours the city is closed against all vehicles. Flags and streamers are hung about from the houses, the pavement is covered with gravel, holiday faces everywhere, amiable street boys at every corner bearing flags, brass bands and confusion and endless cheers. Such is the grave, demure, and busy city on that remarkable day. While the streets are every moment becoming more crowded and noisy, the new Lord Mayor takes the customary oaths in the presence of the Court of Aldermen, and signs a security to the amount of £4,000 for the city plate, which, according to a moderate computation, has a value of at least £20,000. This done, he is Lord and King of the city, and sets out upon his coronation procession, surrounded by his lieges and accompanied by the ex-mayor, the aldermen, sheriffs, the dignitaries of his guild, the city heralds, trumpeters, men in brass armour, and other thrones, principalities, and powers. The road which the Lord Mayor is to take is not prescribed by law, but according to an old custom the procession must pass through that particular ward in which the king of the city acted as alderman. The ward participates in the triumph of the day, and the cheers in that particular locality are, if possible, louder than anywhere else. The procession turns next to the banks of the Thames. The Lord Mayor, according to time-honoured custom, must take a trip in a gondola from one of the city bridges to Westminster. Fair weather or foul, take the water he must, and the broad river presents a spectacle on such occasions as is never seen in any town of Europe since the Venetian Doges and their nuptials with the Adriatic have become matter for history. Splendid gondolas, richly gilt, glass-covered, and bedecked with a variety of flags and streamers, bear the Lord Mayor and his suite. Previous to starting, a supply of water is taken on board. Thus hath custom willed it. The Lord Mayor's gondola is either rowed by his own bargeman, or it is taken in tow by a steam tug. And round the gondolas there are boats innumerable with brass bands, and the bridges and the river banks are covered with spectators, and the river is more full of life, gladness, and colour than on any other day of the year. The trip to Westminster is short. It is, however, long enough for the company to take a copious déjeuner à la fourchette in the saloon of the city barge. This breakfast is a kind of introduction to the grand, world-famed dinner with which the Lord Mayor inaugurates his advent to power. The dinner is the most important part of the business, as indeed the giving and eating of dinners forms one of the chief functions of the city corporations. So at least says Punch, and so says the Times. The Lord Mayor and his suite land at Westminster Bridge. In Westminster he repairs to the Court of Exchequer, where he is introduced to the judges. He takes another oath, and to clinch that oath, and show that he means to be worthy of his office and of the City of London, he commissions the Recorder to invite the judges to dinner. This invitation is delivered in quite as solemn a tone as the oath, and the oath is taken in the same business-like manner in which the invitation is given. A foreigner would be at a loss to know which of the two is the most solemn and important. These ceremonies over, the procession returns the way it came, and lands at Blackfriars Bridge. Thenceforward it increases in splendour and magnificence. The fairer portion of humanity join it in their state coaches, the Lady Mayoress, the aldermen's and sheriffs' wives, and after them come royal princes, ministers of state, the judges of the land, and the foreign ambassadors. The procession over, they all sit down to dinner. What they eat, how they eat it, and how much they eat, is on the following morning duly chronicled in the journals. The number and quality of the courses will at once enable an experienced cityman to come to a pretty correct conclusion as to the Lord Mayor's virtues or vices. Meats rich and rare count as so many merits, but a couple of low and vulgar dishes would at once turn public opinion in the city against the city's chosen prince. The Lord Mayor's reputation emanates from the kitchen and the larder, exactly as a great diplomatist's renown may frequently be traced to the desk of some private secretary. The Lady Mayoress shares all the honours which are showered upon her worthy husband. She is a genuine lady for a whole 12-month, and perhaps for life, if her husband has the good luck to be honoured with a visit from the Queen, on which occasion it is customary for the Lord Mayor to be made a baronet, while a couple of aldermen, at least, come in for the honours of knighthood. But if the Queen does not visit the city, the Lord Mayor descends at the end of the year to his former position. For 365 days he is a lord, and his wife is a lady. He goes to court, and is on terms of good fellowship with royal princes, gartered dukes, and belted earls, and he has the high honour and privilege of feasting the corporation. His year of office over, he quits the mansion house, returns to his shop and apron, and is the same quiet and humble citizen he was before. Of course, the shop and apron we have mentioned in jest only. A man who can aspire to the dignity of the mayoralty has long ceased to be a tradesman. He is a merchant prince, a banker, a millionaire. How else could he afford the luxury of that expensive dignity, especially since he cannot but neglect his business whilst he is in office? The Lord Mayor's pay from the city amounts to £8,000, but his expenses are enormous. Woe to him if he be careful of his money, if his dinners are few and far between, or his horses and carriages less splendid than those of his predecessors. Such enormities expose him to the contempt of the grandees of the city. The common councilmen shrug their shoulders, and the aldermen declare that they were mistaken in him. The outraged feelings of the city pursue him even after his return to private life. He is in duty bound to spend the £8,000 he receives from the city. It is highly meritorious in him if he spends more. Bright is his place in the annals of the city if he feasts its sons at the expense of double the amount of his official income. There is much aristocratic pride and civic haughtiness in this city royalty. It rests on a broad historical basis, and it was the strongest with regard to royalty at Whitehall, whenever the latter had to apply to the wealthy city corporations for relief in its financial troubles. But it was also a firm bulwark against the encroachment of the kings of England of former days, supported as they were by venal judges and parliaments, and it deserves the respect of the English as an historical relic. Its merits lie in the past, for at present English liberty needs not the protection of a city king. The prerogatives of the City of London have of late years become the subject of a violent agitation. That agitation was commenced by the Times on the occasion of the Great Exhibition. The Times holds that it is unreasonable that the city, at the present day a mere function of London, should continue to play the part of the sovereign, that the Lord Mayor, speaking in the name of London, should invite the Queen, that, conducting himself as representative of the metropolis, he should be feasted by the Prefect of the Seine and kissed by Monsieur Cartier. What right has the city to such honours, now that London has long since engulfed it? Where are the merits of the city? What does the Lord Mayor? What do the aldermen? Nothing, unless it be that they eat turtle soup and pâté de foie gras. Is obesity a title to honours? Thus says the Times, with great justice, but with very little tenderness. No Englishman who knows anything of the history of his country will deny that in evil days the city became a champion of liberty against the kings at Whitehall, that the Lord Mayors protected the press and sheltered the printers from the violence of the government, that on such occasions the city had many a hot contest with the parliaments, and that, to this day, the city members belong to the Liberal party. But Liberal principles might be adhered to even without the Lord Mayor and his Lucullian dinners. And as for the city's former services, it ought to be remembered that there is a vast difference between living institutions and stone monuments. Old towers and castles, which at one time did good service against a foreign enemy, have, so to say, a vested right to the place in which they stand. It were wrong to pull them down merely because they are now useless. But far different is the case with living institutions that jar with the tendencies of the century. To wait for their gradual decay were a suicidal act in a nation. A great many of the institutions of the city ought to be consigned to medieval curiosity shops. They were certainly very useful in their day, when they had a purpose and a meaning, but so was the old German Heerbahn, so were the guilds, and so was superstition. It were mere madness to spare them in consideration of past services. They must fall, sooner or later, and the sculptors and historians of England will take good care that the former merits of the city shall not be lost in oblivion. Up to the present time, the agitation against the arrogance of the city corporations has been confined to the press. To the Times belongs the merit of having commenced that agitation. The Londoners have as yet taken no active part in it, and this is another proof of the conservative tendencies which are incarnate in the great mass of the English nation. There is in this conservatism a narrow-mindedness which is the more striking as, in the affairs of practical life, the Anglo-British race can, least of all, be accused of a want of common sense. In despite of this innate conservatism, the masses are gradually awaking to political consciousness. Formerly it was considered a matter of course that wealthy persons only were elected to serve in Parliament, or that rich traders only would aspire to the mayoralty or the dignity of an alderman. Reforms are impending. What will come of them depends partly on the leaders of the movement, on the degree of resistance which the government of the day may oppose to them, and partly, though the English are loath to admit it, on the course of events on the continent of Europe. Perhaps we shall resume the question on another occasion. Just now we are in the Capitoline market of the city. We leave the Mansion House and turn to the other temples which grace the spot. Opposite to the Mansion House is the Royal Exchange, a vast, detached building of an imposing aspect. The English are not, generally, famous for their style of architecture. The antique columns, though great favourites, puzzle them sorely. They put them exactly where they are not wanted, and in many of their public buildings the columns, instead of supporting the structure, are themselves supported by some architectural contrivance. The modern buildings suffer, moreover, from a striking uniformity. They have all the same columned fronts which we see at the Mansion House, the Exchange, and several of the theatres. It is always the same pattern, exactly as if those buildings had come out of some Birmingham factory. This monotony in the style of public buildings would be altogether unbearable but for the climate. The smoky and foggy atmosphere of London indemnifies us for the want of original ideas in the architects. It gives the London buildings a venerable, antique colouring. The Exchange, for instance, has the appearance of having weathered the storms of 100 years, while in fact it is quite a new building. Still, it is quite as black and sooty as Westminster Abbey or Somerset House, and yet it is not even 9 years old. The old Exchange was burnt down in 1838. It required 6 years to complete the new building, which was opened in October, 1844, with much solemnity. Up to the reign of Elizabeth, the London merchants had no Exchange building. They transacted business in the open air, in Lombard Street, in St. Paul's Churchyard, and sometimes even in St. Paul's. For this cathedral was, at the time we speak of, the great centre of business, fashion, and prostitution. Sir Thomas Gresham, who had frequently acted as the Queen's agent on the Continent, offered to construct an Exchange building, provided the City would grant him the ground to build it on. His proposal was accepted. A piece of ground was bought for £3,737 6d, and the first stone was laid on the 7th June, 1565. At the end of the following year the building was completed, and, to judge from the sketches which still remain, it was designed in imitation of the Antwerp Exchange. The Virgin Queen expressed her high satisfaction with the undertaking most royally by dining with Sir Thomas Gresham, and bestowing on the building the title of Royal Exchange. When Sir Thomas, at a later period, was compelled to depart this world, he bequeathed his Exchange to the City, and founded the Gresham College, of which, at the present day, nothing remains but the Gresham Lectures, which are generally and justly classed among the City jobs whose name is legion. Gresham's Exchange, with its profuse display of grasshoppers, the founder's crest, fell a sacrifice to the Great Fire in 1666. So attached had the City merchants become to their new temple of Plutus that they restored it in preference even to their churches, and 2 years after the Great Fire the new Exchange was completed and solemnly opened by Charles II. Gresham's bust, which had been saved out of the conflagration, was placed in a niche of honour, and a cast brass grasshopper, the last of its numerous family, was raised to the top of the steeple, on which bad eminence it had to stand all weathers, until, relieved by another conflagration in 1838, it has been allowed to find a retreat on the eastern front of the present Exchange building. Times have altered since the days of old Gresham, the site of whose Exchange costs less than £4,000, while the present building comes to £150,000, exclusive of the cost of the ground. In his time grave and sober citizens had mustachios and imperials, and wild young fellows, bent upon mischief and dissipation, repaired to the taverns of the City. In our days everybody is smooth-shaved, and there is a chapel in every corner. Formerly the merchants relied on their own understanding and the honesty of their high-born debtors. At present they have no confidence either in the former or the latter, and out of the fullness of their godly despair they have engraved in front of their Exchange building the motto of the City, Domine dirige nos, direct us, O Lord, and reveal unto us the time and the hour at which consols and shares should be bought and sold. The Exchange, as we have said, is a splendid building, but professional architects will shrug their shoulders when they look at it in the detail. Why all those corners on the eastern side, and why those small narrow shops? It is wrong to condemn anybody or anything on mere prima facie evidence. The architect who designed the Exchange had similar, though greater, difficulties to contend with than Paxton in the construction of the exhibition buildings in Hyde Park. Paxton's great antagonist was Colonel Sibthorp, an honourable and gallant member of the House of Commons, who would not consent to sacrifice the trees which adorned the side of the building. "Make what fuss you like about your modern ideas of industry," said the chivalric Don Quixote, "but you shall not touch the trees. They are worth all your industry and all your foreign knick-knacks, and free trade, and nonsense, and, indeed, anything that ever came from Manchester." And what said Paxton? Why, he said, let the old trees stand, and we will roof them over. And he built his glass house 100 feet higher in the middle, and thus made the transept. And there was room for everything and everybody, men and merchandise, stray children and lost petticoats, bad coffee, clever pickpockets from England, France, and Germany, and sometimes for the rain too, when the weather was very bad, and we here sought shelter. But Colonel Sibthorp never crossed the threshold. Mr. Tite, the architect who made the plans for the new Exchange, had to contend with a legion of small conservative Sibthorpes, with a large number of shopkeepers who held places in the old Exchange, and who insisted on having their shops in the new one. They could not be dispossessed, and in some manner or other it was necessary to sacrifice the beauty of the building to the claims of the vested interests. A great many people cannot understand why there is no covered hall for the accommodation of the merchants on 'Change, and why they must carry on their business either in the open court or in the arcade which surrounds it. The London climate is certainly not made for open-air amusements or occupations, and an Englishman, though with a threefold encasement of flannel, stands in great awe of draughts and rheumatism. Nevertheless, the English merchant is condemned, in the fogs of winter and the rains of autumn, to brave the climate in an open yard, and to stake his health and his fortune on the chances of the season and the turn of the market. The reason is, that Englishmen are as much afraid of close rooms as of rheumatism and colds, and the Gresham Committee, which superintended the construction of the new Exchange, decided in favour of unlimited ventilation. Certain branches of business, which in many respects are much more extensive than the speculations in stocks and shares, have for a long time past been carried on in certain saloons. In the Exchange building itself there is a broad staircase, with crowds of busy people ascending and descending, and there is a door with large gold letters, "Lloyd's Coffee House." Let us ascend that staircase, and see what sort of a coffee house this is. We pass through a large hall, from which doors open to several rooms. At each door stands a porter in scarlet livery. In the hall itself are several marble statues, and a large marble tablet, which the merchants of London erected to the Times, out of gratitude for the successful labours of that journal in unmasking a gigantic scheme of imposition and fraud, which threatened ruin to the whole trade of London. In the centre of the hall there is a large blackboard, on which are written the names and destinations of all the ships carrying mails which will sail from English ports on that and the following day. In the corner to the right there is a door with the inscription "Captain's Room." No one is allowed to enter this room but the commanders of merchant vessels, or those who have business to transact with them. Next to it is the commercial room, the meeting place of all the foreign merchants who come to London. We prefer entering a saloon on the other side of the hall, the doors of which are continually opening and shutting. It is crowded with the underwriters, that is to say, with capitalists who do business in the assurance of vessels and their freights. The telegraphic message of vessels arrived, sailed, stranded, or lost, are first brought into this room. Whoever enters by this door walks, in the first instance, to a large folio volume which lies on a desk of its own. It is Lloyd's Journal, containing short entries of the latest events in English ports and the seaports in every other part of the world. It tells the underwriters whether the vessels which they have insured have sailed, whether they have been spoken with, or have reached the port of their destination. Are they overdue? Run aground? Wrecked? Lost? In this room there are always millions at stake. So firmly established is the reputation of this institution, that there is hardly ever a bark sailing from the ports of the Baltic, or the French, Spanish, or Indian seas, which is not insured at Lloyd's. Its branch establishments are in all the commercial ports of the world, but its head office is in Cornhill, and in the rooms of the Exchange. Before we again descend the stairs, let us for one moment enter the reading room. Perfect silence. Tables, chairs, desks, readers here and there, men of all countries and of all nations. All round the walls, high desks with files of newspapers, whose shape and colour indicate that they have not been printed in Europe. They are indeed papers from the other side of the ocean. China, Barbary, Brazilian, Australian, Cape, and Honolulu papers, a collection unrivalled in extent, though less orderly than the collections of the Trieste Lloyd's and the Hamburg Würsen Halle. It is here that the stranger from the German continent first receives an adequate idea of the enormous extent of commercial journalism. How far different is this reading room from anything we see at home! How extensive must be the communications of a nation to which such journals are a necessity! How small does German commerce look in comparison with this! When we were at school we were told that commerce was a means of communication between the various parts of the world, that merchants are the messengers of progressive civilization, and that to be a good merchant a man ought to be well read in geography, history, politics, and a great many other sciences. And then we saw our neighbor, the grocer and tallow chandler, weighing and making up sugar in paper parcels all the year round. He knew nothing whatever of geography, history, or politics, but for all that he was a wealthy man and a great person in the town, and everybody said he was the pattern of a good merchant. We could not understand this. At a later period, when we lived in a German metropolis, we saw other great merchants, bankers, and manufacturers. They did not make up paper parcels as the grocer and tallow chandler did. They were dressed with a certain elegance. They read newspapers, and were fond of discussing the events of the day. But many of them had not the least idea of the politics which they discussed, and on which they founded their speculations. They had forgotten whatever they had learnt of geography, commercial topography, and history. And none the less they passed as capital men of business and accomplished merchants. Our romantic ideas of the requirements, the influence, and the radiations of the commerce of the world received again a rude shock. But now, suddenly, as accident leads us into Lloyd's reading room, the old impressions come back again. Thus, after all, the lessons of our school days were not untrue. These, then, are the messengers of commerce, which promote the exchange of civilization between the continents and islands of the world. Neither science nor religions are powerful enough to found these organs. They owe their existence solely to commerce. Possibly they may be means to an end, but it is also an undoubted fact that they exert a vast influence on the peaceful progress of civilization. Of the 50 million pounds of tea which are sold in the east of London, a handful has found its way to the west, to Guildford Street. It lies in the bottom of the venerable silver family teapot, and this teapot stands on the table of the parlour, to which the reader has been introduced on former occasions. The mistress of the house is passing in review her 2 lines of cups and saucers, headed by the milk jug and sugar basin. Mrs. Bella reads Punch, and smiles, not at the jokes, but because she is happy that English liberty admits of such jokes. The 2 younger daughters of the house occupy one chair between them, where they read David Copperfield, and 2 very small grandchildren of Sir John perform a polka in the further corner of the room. Sir John himself, as usual, is reading the Times, and just now he wags his head very impressively because he has been reading Gladstone's letter about the affairs of Naples. Sir John, though perfectly convinced of Dr. Keif's honesty and good faith, has never at any time given full credit to his statements, while that gentleman presumed to hint that the administration of criminal justice in Italy is not altogether so unexceptionable as that in the Old Bailey. But now, since Mr. Gladstone corroborates Dr. Keif's statement in that respect, Mr. Gladstone, who is a native of England, a very respectable man, and a conservative to his nethermost coating of flannel, now, indeed, Sir John is of the opinion that the Neapolitans have, after all, good cause for complaint. We have returned from our excursion into the city, and re-enter the comfortable parlour, shake hands all round, and sit down by the tea-table. Sir John has smuggled the Times under his chair, lest the doctor should at once have a weapon to attack him with. He asks where we have been, and when we tell him, he leans his head back, purses up his mouth, shuts his eyes, and says, "Well." This "well" of Sir John's, accompanied by that peculiar movement of the head, means, if translated into common language, "Well, what do you say to London? Mere nothing, isn't it? A business in Mincing Lane, a mere trifle. Merely a piece of Leipzig or Frankfurt. Never mind. Patience, you'll see what London is. You'll open your eyes by and by. Only think what enormous sums are turned over at Lloyd's every year." Sir John is altogether victorious to-day. We cannot meet him on this ground. In vain does Dr. Keif attempt to demonstrate that there is no reason why Germany should not become as wealthy and mighty as England, if she had only a little more union, a little less government, an idea or so more of a fleet, fewer custom houses, a little more money, and less soldiery. Sir John admits every one of Dr. Keif's propositions, but his 30 million pounds of coffee, and his 50 million pounds of tea, and his 20 million pounds of tobacco are great facts and stubborn facts, against which nothing can be said. Germany may be better off a couple of 100 years hence. Of course it may. There is no reason why it should not. But it is very badly off now, and that is a fact too. And Sir John launches forth into a long and elaborate lecture on insurance companies, premiums, percentages, capital, bonuses, and dividends, intermixed with certain allusions to the impractical and improvident habits of the Germans, and the uselessness generally of all the German professors. The last word, pronounced with a certain emphasis, arouses Dr. Keif from the sleep into which Sir John's statistical and economical exposition had lulled him. "Long life to all our German professors," says Dr. Keif, rubbing his eyes. 50 million pounds of tea in Mincing Lane, and not a drop in my cup. Where's the greatness of England, Sir John? Good night." Chapter 10. Part II, Chapter 6 of Saunterings in and About London by Max Schlesinger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Bank. Appearance of the Bank. Want of respect in the presence of public functionaries. The public at the Bank. Mysterious comforts. English taste. The wonders of machinery. A strange library. Printing the notes. Hidden palaces. The Treasury. Bad sovereigns. Dr. Keif, and why the English know nothing whatever of the affairs of Germany. We have already, on a former occasion, looked at two of the city temples, the Mansion House and the Exchange. We now return to the Capitoline Mart of the city to inspect the third of its temples, the Bank of England. Its outward appearance is mysterious. Half wall and half house, it is neither the one nor the other, and yet either at one and the same time. For a wall there are too many niches, blind windows, columns, and finery. For a building it wants presence, it is too low, and it has not even window openings. But it appears from the architect's plan that this strange façade is meant for a wall, and having the artist's word for it, we believe, though see we do not, and sit down satisfied. Standing free on all sides as the Exchange, the Bank is divided from the latter by a thoroughfare called Threadneedle Street. Its western limit is Prince's Street. In the north intervenes Lothbury, and in the south Bartholomew Lane, between the Bank and the neighbouring houses. It forms a square, and yet people say it demonstrates the squaring of the circle, the grand problem of modern philosophy. We enter. The gate does not strike one as solemn and imposing as might be expected in a gate leading to the laboratory of a great wizard. No Druid's foot on the threshold, no spectral bats such as abound in nursery tales of treasure-seeking. No, not even a couple of grenadiers, who in our dear fatherland are a necessary appendage to every public building. Really, everything looks worldly, business-like, and civil. A red-coated porter answers our questions and tells us which way to go. He is an elderly man, and certainly not strong enough to arrest a mere lad of a communist if such a one should attempt to divide the property of the British nation. A shocking idea, that. We cross a small courtyard and mount a few steps. Why shouldn't we? And all of a sudden we are in a large saloon. This saloon is an office. It matters very little what particular office it is, but it makes not a disagreeable impression, as our German offices do, where everything is official and officious, oppressive, and calculated to put people down. On the contrary, there's a vast deal of good society in this office, at least 100 officials and members of the public. The officials have no official appearance whatever. They are simple mortals, and do their business and serve their customers as if they were mere shop boys in a grocery shop. There is in them not a trace of dignity, not an atom of bureaucratic pride. It is exactly as if to serve the public were the sole business of their lives. And the public, too! Was such a thing ever heard of in a public office? Men, women, and boys, with their hats on, walking arm in arm as if they were in the park. They change money, or bring it, or fetch it, as if they had looked into a neighbour's shop for the purpose. Some of them have no business at all to transact. They actually talk to one another, stand by the fire in the centre of the room, and warm their backs. The impertinent fellows! Why, they have no respect whatever. They forget that they are in a public office. How dare you stand there, you dolt? How dare you scratch your head and hold your pipe in your hand? I shouldn't wonder if it was lighted. It would be like your impertinence. Get out as fast as you can. If you don't, the police will make you. Really, not a trace of respect. It's no wonder they say we are near doomsday. Footnote. The readers of passages like the above will not be astonished to learn that Dr. Schlesinger's book has the honour of being prohibited in some of the best governed states of Germany, but more especially in Austria. Ranged in long rows along the walls, the bank clerks sit writing, casting up accounts, weighing gold, and paying it away over the counter. In front of each is a bar of dark mahogany, a little table, a pair of scales, and a small fraction of the public, each waiting for his fare. The business is well conducted, and none of them are kept waiting for any length of time. The saloon just by is more crowded. We are in the middle of the year, and the interest on the 3 per cents is being paid. What crowding and sweeping to and fro! At least 50 clerks are sitting in a circle in a high vaulted saloon, well provided with a cupola and lanterns. They do nothing whatever but pay and weigh and pay. On all sides the rattling of gold as they push it with little brass shovels across the tables. People elbowing and pushing in order to get a locus standi near the clerks. The doors are continually opening and shutting. What crowds of people there must be in this country, who have their money in the 3 per cent consols! Strange creatures may be seen in this place. An old man with a wooden leg sits in a corner waiting, and heaven knows how long he has been waiting already. Of course, a wooden leg is rather an encumbrance than otherwise in a crowd. The old man seems to be fully aware of the fact. He looks at his large silver watch (it is just 12), puts his hand to the pocket of his coat, and pulls out a large parcel, something wrapped up in a stale copy of the Herald. What can the parcel contain? Sandwiches! He spreads them out and begins to eat. He likes them, too. He takes his ease, and makes himself perfectly at home. I dare say it is not the first time he has waited for his dividends. That young lady on our left is getting impatient. She has made several attempts to fight her way to one of the clerks. She tried to push in first on the right and then on the left, but all in vain. John Bull is by no means gallant in business, or at the theatre, or in the streets. He pushes and kicks and elbows in all directions. Poor, pretty young lady, you'll have a long time to wait. It's no use standing on your toes and looking over people's shoulders. You'd better come again to-morrow. The little boy down there gets much better on. A pretty fair-haired fellow that, with a little basket in his hand. Perhaps he is the son of a widow who cannot come herself to get her small allowance. The boy looks as if about to cry, for he is on all sides surrounded by tall men. But one of them seizes him, lifts him up, and presents him to one of the clerks. "Pray pay this little creditor of the public. He'll be pressed to death in the crowd." And they all laugh, and everybody makes room for the boy, for it ought to be said to John Bull's credit, he is kind and gentle with children at all times. "Well done, my little fellow! Now be careful that they don't rob you of your money on the way. How can they ever think of sending such a baby for their dividends?" In this wing of the house, office follows after office. They are all on the ground floor, and receive their light through the ceiling. They are all constructed in a grand style, and many of them are fit for a king's banqueting room. In them money is exchanged for notes, and notes for money. The interest on the public debt is paid. The names of the creditors are booked and transferred. It is here that the banking business is carried on in its relation with the bulk of the public. These offices are, consequently, open to every one. They are the central hall of the English money market, the great exchange office of London. Every Englishman is here sentinel and constable, for every Englishman has, or at least he wishes to have, some share in the bank. But those who would enter the more secret recesses of the sanctuary must have an order from one of the bank directors. We are fortunate enough to have such an order, which we show to one of the servants. He takes us, shows us into a little room, and asks us to wait a few moments. The room in which we are is a waiting room. There are many such in the house. A round table, a couple of chairs, and nothing else. That's all the furniture. Really, nothing else. And yet the room is so snug and comfortable. It is altogether mysterious how the English manage to give their rooms an air of comfort, which with us is too frequently wanting, even in the houses of wealthy persons, who furnish, as the phrase goes, regardless of expense. Every German who comes to England must be struck with the fact. Whether the apartments he hires be splendid or humble, no matter, he is at once alive to the influence of this charmed something, and he will sadly miss it when he returns to Germany. Yes, it must be, the charm must be in the carpets and the fireplace. Surely witchery does not enter into the household arrangements of sober and orthodox Englishmen. It's a pity they did not make us wait a little longer, the room was so comfortable. Another servant has brought our order back, and told us that he is to be our guide. Passing through open yards and covered passages, we come to a clean and well-paved hall, in which the steam engine of the house lives. Large cylinders, powerful wheels, rods shining as silver, the balls of the whirling governor heavy as 24-pounders, and the space under the boiler a hell en miniature. Everything powerful and gigantic, and yet clean, harmonious, and tasteful. Yes, tasteful is the word. The English are frequently, and in many instances justly, taunted with their want of taste. They have an awkward manner of wearing their clothes. They are bad hands at designing and manufacturing those charming nippers for which the French are so famous. Their grand dinners and festivals, their fancy patterns and articles of luxury, their fashions and social habits, are frequently at war with the laws of refined taste. But there are also matters in which, in point of taste, they are superior to all other nations. Such, for instance, in the cultivation of the soil, the manufacture of iron and leather, etc., etc. Give a French, German, Spanish, or Belgian artisan a piece of iron, and ask him to make a screw for a steam engine. Give such a piece of iron to an Englishman, with the same request. The odds are 1,000 to 1 that the Englishman's screw will be more neat, useful, and handsome than the screw produced by the artisans of the other nations. The Englishman gives his iron and steel goods a sort of characteristic expression, a sort of solid beauty, which cannot fail at once to strike every beholder. The Germans saw thus much in the Great Exhibition, and they may see it in every English house, if they will but take the trouble of examining the commonest kitchen utensils, or the tongs, shovel, and poker in the most ordinary English parlor. They are all massive, solid, weighty, and tasteful. It's a splendid sight, this steam engine at the Bank. It is complete, and in keeping in all its details. It is the mind which moves all the wheels and machines in the house. Its power is exerted in the furthest parts of the establishment. It moves 1,000 wheels and rollers and rods. It stands all lonely in its case, working on and on, without control or assistance from man. With us, too, the steam engines have emancipated themselves, and do not want the support of their masters, but the furnace is still a mere infant, and wants stokers to put its food into its mouth. But here the furnace, too, is independent. It procures its victuals, and feeds itself according to its wants. The large round grate is movable. It turns in a circle on its horizontal plane, and pushes each point of its circumference at regular intervals under an opening from which the coals fall down upon it. The keeper of the engine has nothing whatever to do but to fill the coal box and light the fire in the morning. Steam is generated, it enters the cylinder, moves the pistons and the wheels, and the grate commences its rotary movement. From that moment forward the engine works on without assistance. As we proceed, we shall be able to judge of the multiplied usefulness of this remarkable engine. We have followed our guide up a narrow flight of stone steps, and are now in rooms which form a striking contrast to the saloons which we examined in the first instance. They are dark and dusky workshops, in which the materials for the use of the Bank are being prepared. Here, for instance, is a man in a small room preparing the steel plates on which the notes are to be engraved. His is a difficult task. even though the engine moves the sharp, hard wedge which scrapes and polishes the plates. It produces a shrill, screaming noise, one which it is by no means agreeable to listen to for any length of time, and besides the labor is most wearisome and monotonous. But it is one of the dark sides of this age of machinery, perhaps it is the darkest, that the sameness of his mechanical labor tends to stupefy the workman, that he ceases being an artisan or artist and comes to be a mere help to his machine, which requires no talent or abilities in its servant, but merely exactitude and promptness. All he has to do is to put the plate or the spindle on the exact spot where the machine can seize, handle it, and finish it. Another room is devoted to the preparation of printer's ink for the printing of the notes. A quantity of black matter is being ground. A simple operation this, even dogs might be trained to perform it, and give satisfaction. But here, too, the machine does the work, and does it, too, with astonishing accuracy. All the workman has to do is to put the black mixture between the rollers. They take it, crush it, grind it, and drop it ready for use. If a single grain of sand be found in the mixture, the machine has neglected its duty, that's all. But you won't find a grain of sand, even if you were to search for it in many tons of the ink. The workman explains the process. The ink, says he, must be passed between these two large rollers to be ground. The rollers are of strong steel. They are very hard and heavy. But small particles of sand or stone would soon take away their polish. That's what this side cutting is for. Look here. I hold the point of my knife exactly at the point where the rollers touch one another. Did you see how at the slightest touch they separated? This happens whenever any hard body, however small, finds its way between them. They don't take it, but drop it, and in this manner they keep their polish. It is marvelous. This machine is most simple, and yet we could stand for hours to see it work. What is a sensitive plant to these heavy steel rollers, which are so sensitive that they recede at the touch even of a grain of sand? And it is all done by means of the cutting and the weight. It is no use attempting to describe these things without a diagram, and even that is unsatisfactory to those who never saw the machine in motion. But we revoke the pert remark we made just now. A dog cannot be trained to do this work. Even the labor of man could not supply the labor of this machine. Enough for man that he made it. Through the various workrooms, each of them devoted to some part of the manufactory of notes, we come to the large workshops of the printers and binders. In either of them steam is at work, and so are human beings. The Bank of England, which in the first year of its existence wanted only one ledger, requires now at least 300 ledgers to register its accounts. They are all lined, paged, and bound in the house. It is one of the most interesting features of the bank that all its requirements, with the sole exception of the paper, are manufactured on the premises. Exactly as in the stone-paved hall of the lower story, where we watched the great central steam engine feeding itself, so we find in other rooms large machine monsters moving up and down and to and fro, rattling, hissing, and thumping, and frequently not doing anything that we can see, although our guide tells us that the results of their labors will become apparent to us in other parts of the building. And they stand, moreover, alone, completely left to themselves. In the rooms in which they work, in the corridors leading to those rooms, not a human creature is to be seen, not a human step to be heard, nor is there a trace of human influence that we are aware of. And then, this measured rotation of the large wheels, the busy movement of the straps, the never-tiring restlessness of the pistons, which seem to move faster the longer we look at them. There is something grand in these rooms, void of the presence of man, where the mind of man invisibly hovers over the world of machines, as the Spirit of God over the face of the waters in the hour of creation. It is grand, but it is also awful. We feel quite relieved when we get down into the paved courtyard where a living two-legged laborer walks by, and yet neither the place nor the man is very agreeable to look at. The yard has a neglected appearance, and the iron shutters which cover the place where the windows are supposed to be make it still more gloomy. "That is the library of the bank," remarks our guide. We are not likely to be astonished by anything. We just saw workshops without men. Why should there not be a library without books? Let us have patience and wait. Perhaps some very clever machine will open the iron shutter from the inside, thrust forth its arm, and hand us a catalogue. No? Well, for a wonder, our guide, who is very polite, though by no means over-communicative, opens a small door, and motions us to enter. A low, narrow, vaulted passage, which reminds us of the casemates or bomb-proof galleries of fortresses. A few rays of light straggling in through some grating somewhere. At the end of the passage a heavy iron door, which opens into a small windowless room lighted up by the most consumptive-looking gas-jet imaginable. Our eyes are quite unused to the light, but gradually, as we get accustomed to it, we can see the objects around us. We stand in front of a railing, and behind it stands a little man in a black dress coat and with a white cravat. "This gentleman is the librarian of the bank," says our guide. Still no trace of books. The man in the black dress coat opens a door in the railing, bids us enter, and shows us an enormous number of parcels and bundles of notes, ranged along the walls up to the very ceiling. They call this the library of the bank, but in truth it is its lumber room. It is an asylum for the notes which have been paid in at the bank. They are valueless, for the bank never issues the same note twice. They are kept and locked up in the library, I forget how many years, in order to be produced in the case of a theft or forgery, or any other matter of the kind. Afterwards they are burnt. Every now and then clerks come in with fresh bundles. A few minutes ago these small papers were worth heaven knows how much money. They are now mere waste paper. They have had their day. Many a note leads a long and honorable life, goes to the Continent, to India or Port Adelaide, and returns to the bank much the worse for wear after all its journeys. Other notes have scarcely a day's roving license in the world. To-day they are issued, and to-morrow they are paid in. It's accident or fate or providence. Saying which, the librarian makes his bow, turns round, and returns to his desk. We leave the library. The way is frequently very short from the old bookshop, where good books and bad books are alike given up to dust and moths, to the printing office, from whence they are launched forth into the world. Thus it is in the bank. We have scarcely left the library, and we are already in the department where they print the notes. The printing from the place is simple enough. The wonders of the machinery consist chiefly in the spontaneous advance of the numbers. Each note has its own number, and a double set, too. And in the control which the machine exercises over the workman. There is no inspector to watch the printer. The machine, which he compels to print, compels him to be honest. The machine registers the exact numbers that are being printed, and registers them, too, in a distant part of the establishment. That the machine can do this with astonishing accuracy, that it masters the intricacies of our system of numbers, and that it produces the numbers at the same moment in different places, is a triumph of human invention which almost startles us. It is also the result of the various systems of wheels which we saw working all alone in other parts of the building. A great deal more might be said of the astonishing results of this most perfect system of machinery. But since description is out of the question, we should only reproduce our own impression. Still, we must tell the fairer portion of our readers that at the bank even the washing is done by machinery, and that the establishment manages to get on without female labor. The dirty linen of the bank, that is to say the cloths which are used in the printing process, are sent to the wash-house, where they are compelled to perform a pilgrimage through a number of large pails full of hot and cold water. They are then washed by wheels, then dragged into hot water, and next into cold water, wrung out and hung up in a drying room. And all by steam, all by machinery. No busy housewife, no able-tongued laundresses, no disturbance of the house, and no washing days. There is no saying how shocking a want of respect of the whole female sex is implied by this process. But then the poor mechanics are quite as badly treated. You must put up with it, madam. The bank can and will do without you. Our guide leads the way to other regions. We enter the reception and meeting rooms of the governor and the directors. Charming open places with lawns and shrubberies, and here and there a shady tree, clean, well-sanded paths. It is quite evident that we have left the manufacturing districts and are in the midst of the parks and homesteads of old England. And these buildings, rising up from the lawns, are palaces, with columns, large stone steps, and carved ornaments. Their interior excels in splendor the wildest anticipations we might have formed. Saloons, high and lofty as cathedrals, splendid cupolas everywhere, and an overwhelming profusion of panelling, architectural ornaments, rich carpets, and furniture fit for a king's palace. We would gladly remain here and see nothing else, but our guide is determined on our admiring all the sights of the house. We follow him to the guard-room, where a detachment of soldiers from the Tower enter every evening and pass the night, to protect the bank, in case of emergency. We follow him to the bullion office, a subterranean vault, where they keep the gold and silver bars from Australia, California, Russia, Peru, and Mexico, where they weigh them, sell them, and from whence they send them to the mint. These vaults are very interesting to the admirers of precious metals. But is this all? No, nothing of the kind. Our guide, our real guide, has reserved the most interesting part of the exhibition to the last. He has taken us through several yards and passages. He knocks at a large door, which is opened from the inside. Two gentlemen, in black dress coats and white cravats, stand in a large room, which receives its light through a lantern in the top. In the center of the room is a heavy bureau. The walls are covered with iron lock-ups and safes. This is the treasury of the bank, where they keep the new notes and coins. One of the gentlemen looks at our order, and with that unpretending dignity which characterizes the English, he turns round and opens some of the iron safes. They are filled with bags containing 500 or 1,000 sovereigns each. He takes some of them and puts them into our hands, to convince us, as though we ever doubted of the fact, of the bags being filled with good sterling money. The other gentleman, they are both dressed as if they were going to a levee, takes a bunch of keys and opens a large closet filled with notes. The most valuable and smallest bundle is again put into our hands. You have there, says he, 2,000 notes of £1,000 each. £2,000,000 sterling. Surely an enormous sum to hold in one's hand. An army in paper, containing the power of much evil and much good, especially since the paper is not mere paper, and since, at a few yards' distance, you may change it into red gold, as the poets say. But as we are not in a position to perform that alchemistic process, we return the notes to their keeper. Good-bye, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. We have left the treasury without being either wiser or richer men, of course, because we were not allowed to carry off its contents. We enter another large room, with the neatest, prettiest steam engine in it, and with a variety of other small machines, whose complicated wheels are kept in motion by the said engine. The bulkiest object in the room is a large table, literally covered with mountains of sovereigns. A few officials, with shovels in their hands, are stirring the immense glittering mass. It is here that they weigh the sovereigns, whispers our guide. We stand and watch the process. Ignorant as we are of the exact principles of the machines, we are altogether startled by their fabulous activity. Besides the mysterious system of wheels within wheels, each of these marvels displays an open square box, and in this box, slanting in an angle of 30 degrees, two segments of cylinders with the open part turned upwards. A roll of sovereigns, placed into one of these tubes, passes slowly down, and one gold piece after the other drops into a large flat box on the floor. All the clerks have to do is to fill the tubes. The sovereigns slide down, but just at the lower end of the tube the miracle is accomplished. Whenever a sovereign of less than full weight touches that ticklish point, a small brass plate jumps up from some hidden corner and pushes the defaulter into the left-hand compartment of the box, while all the good pieces go to the right. This little brass plate, hiding where it does, and popping out at intervals to note a bad sovereign, is an impertinent, ironical, malicious thing. There is an air of republicanism about it. As to the sharpness of its criticism, we actually do not believe that any republican would attempt to compete with it. For who would estimate the virtues of his fellow men by grains, especially in the law of crowned heads? We cannot see enough of these active machines. The small plates of brass show themselves pretty often as old and worn-out sovereigns glide down. Not one of them is allowed to pass, and withal, these small plates act with so much quiet promptitude and calm energy, and altogether without noise or pretension. One of the clerks is kind enough to explain the purpose of this process. The bank selects the full-weighted sovereigns from the light ones, because all the money we pay out must have its full weight. And what do you do with the light ones? We send them to the mint after we have taken the liberty of marking them. Shall I show you how we do it? He takes a handful of the condemned ones and puts them into a box, which has the appearance of a small barrel organ. He turns a screw or touches a spring. It is clearly impossible to note each movement of the man's hand, and there is a sounding and rushing noise in the interior of the box, and all the sovereigns fall out from a slit at the bottom. But mercy on us! How dreadfully disfigured they are! Cut through in the middle. The Victorias, the Williams, the Georges, all cut through their necks, in fact, beheaded. And that's what the English call marking a bad sovereign. It makes us shudder. We are positively afraid. We can't stay 1 minute longer. Good morning, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. What with our confusion and distress, we quite forgot to thank our kind guide. We are again in the street. To our left is the Exchange, to our right the Mansion House, and before us the Iron Duke on horseback, and all around the furious, rattling, ceaseless crowd of vehicles, the moving and pushing of the foot passengers, women hunted over the crossings, walking advertisements, street sellers, red post-office carts, the dusky streets, and the heavy leaden sky. The city in all its working dress. At home, while we are sitting at tea, Dr. Keif wastes much valuable eloquence in trying to convince Sir John that the English can never get a proper understanding of German affairs. First, because it is hardly possible even for a German properly to understand them. Second, because the English newspapers have none but English correspondents in Germany, who know just as little of that mysterious country as he, Dr. Keif, knows of banking. Third, because the English consider all other countries with exclusive reference to their own country. And fourth, because they fancy that reform can be brought about by peaceable public meetings, even in countries where those who attend such meetings are at once arrested and locked up in fortresses or houses of correction. Fifth, because social life in England is vastly different from social life in Germany. Sixth, because Britons are too ignorant of the geography of Germany. And seventh, because there are many who might understand German affairs and who have very good reasons for not wishing to understand them. As we cannot follow the learned Doctor through the whole length of his argument, we leave him to fight his own battle with Sir John, and merely remark that an armistice was concluded at 2 o'clock in the morning, after which the belligerent parties went into night quarters. And with this satisfactory intelligence we close the chapter. CHAPTER VII.